Good evening, service crew. Fighting Public Extraordinary, Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, you. Happy Tuesday, Wisteria. Welcome in. Yeah, we were talking earlier in the Discord, service crew. I agree with your opinions on the Cloverfield series, you. I mentioned in it, yeah, Lane is the best one, 100%. Like, if you have not seen any of the Cloverfield movies, just go watch Lane. All three of the movies don't really have anything to do with each other, which is... that's neither good nor bad, unless you're a really big fan of the first one. Which, I remember watching it when it first came out. I got scared of that. That was, like, one of the few movies I saw as a child that was, like, I'm legitimately afraid to go to sleep now, because what if I get attacked by a Cloverfield monster? And so when they made it, like, a sequel, like, years later, and it was like, oh, it's gonna be nothing to do with it. Well, I didn't know. I was just like, oh, I heard it was a good movie, and I went and watched it. It was a really, really good movie. Goodman just kind of knocks it out of the park there. And then they shadow dropped the third one, Paradox, like on Super Bowl Sunday or something. I remember that, where I was like surprisingly I was at a Super Bowl party. I was like my sister was hosting a Super Bowl party that year, and that was like the only ad I remember watching. I was like, oh my god, what? Ugh. And then I went and watched, and it was fine. It was just Event Horizon, but like kind of bad. And that's the series. It's great, kind of. It's 1.5 good movies, arguably 2 good movies, and that's it. It's pretty good. Yes, I had mentioned that as well, where it's like Lane. The ending of Lane feels very tacked on, and that's because I know people say that, and I'm pretty sure it's true, but I don't know, I haven't like done the research, especially recently, to know how true that is. But it definitely feels like they just said like 1 or 2 like 80-yard lines at the beginning, like when she's driving in the car, and then more importantly, like the entire end scene, which you can just like that you could just slap that on and it's fine. It's fine. I was okay with it. It was like, this doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the movie, but arguably the movie already ended at this point. The rest of it's just kind of like fun schlock. Would recommend. Very good. Another one was supposed to be Cloverfield, but Paradox was super tacked on. Was it, you think? Because I'd always figured that the idea is Cloverfield was going to be an anthology series. Like, after Lane happened, they were gonna go, hey, this movie that might not get traction, let's slap the Cloverfield name on it, and it will be good. And the tacking on at Lane was fine. It was very tacked on still, but like the movie had ended, it's like, oh sure, again, schlock. But then Paradox, what all happens in it, you, that's like related? All I remember is at the very, very end, the monster like comes out and like eats the ship, and it's like it's a 10 times larger monster or something. And they talk about like, I don't know if they like ADR lines or if they like add footage or whatever, but it was at least foreshadowed. And like you said, the best part in Lane is trying to is it real? Is it not real? Like, and he's right. He's crazy. He's a bastard man, and he's kind of right in the end. Like, he's got a great character. Also, what's up, Mayu? Welcome as well. Lowering Tekken matchmaking, very nice. You got it, Mayu. Who do you play in Tekken, Mayu? Started playing Tekken 8 like a day or 2 ago, but my Wi-Fi is out right now. So I'm playing ranked on mobile data. Mayu, you are like the worst type of fighting game player. That's the worst thing anyone has ever said in this chat. I'm so sorry. Not only did you play on Wi-Fi, but because the Wi-Fi is down, you're playing on a mobile hotspot, Mayu. And you're 3-0ing them too. Good lord. Mayu, you are actually like a monster. That's the worst thing ever. Good lord. Also, my Super Bowl party was mostly board games and complaining about the AI commercial stuff. Oh, that was like this Super Bowl then, Wisteria. So we momentarily paid attention for the halftime show. That's good. Like, that's not even a Super Bowl party. That's a halftime show party, it sounds like. Like, you play board games, halftime show's on, and then you go back to playing board games. That's my kind of Super Bowl party, TBH, too. Play lots of people will use my main. Very nice, very nice. Paradox's whole On-Earth storyline was added to a movie originally titled The God Particle after the fact. That sounds familiar to me. I might have heard about that. They weren't trying to salve an energy crisis. They were trying to capture the Higgs boson, and it did not want to be caught. That's kind of cool. Like, I don't think the movie would be better with that premise, but that is an interesting premise at the very least. Huh. Asuka, Reina, Nina, and Anna too. Kunimitsu was my main in 7, but she's not in 8 yet. 2 more weeks. What do you feel about the... Is it June? Who am I thinking of? I don't know Tekken at all. So I'm like whiffing on everything here. I think I understand 2 characters you've mentioned. What do you think about June? Is that the Cosma mother that wasn't in a lot of games? She was in like 2 or 3. And she like... All I know about her is that she like raised kangaroos. And one of the kangaroos, Roger, is in the game. And then they finally brought her back, and apparently, I don't know if she's broken or not, but people were just really happy she was back after all those years. All I'm saying, if you got someone who's raising kangaroos, they gotta know how to fight. I think that's what I'm saying. Got her for the first time a few days ago when I started playing. She's pretty easy, and I think she's cool. Nice. That cat meow was so much more violent than I thought it was going to be. Who did that? That's not,
I sneaked
Is that Miss Christine?
extra sugar beneath questo posto odora di
Oh,
Was that a Miss
so
Christine?
this is where I'm supposed to use this access card.
It was. Aggressive. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Use one of these first. Thank you, Asira. Good place. And then also swap these 2 out because I think Utage and Caper are back. Yes. So let me know if the volume's loud. It looks like it should be just fine enough. Let's see. Who needs 2s and 3s? You need exactly a 3. Let's see. You. Who needs exactly a 2? Does Lycris need a 2? No, not exactly a 2. Looking for exactly a 2, exactly a 2. No, okay. Lycris used to get it anyway. Perfect. The law is in session. Grab, rest.
I thank you for arranging for me a place of respite.
Roger finally back after being banned to prevent people from
Alas.
trying to fight kangaroos. Is that
I'm
real,
afraid
or
I cannot
is that
make
just
use
like
of it often.
the thing that you would say on the playground? Because that's got big, like, I heard on the playground kind of energy of they had to ban Roger because people were out there fighting kangaroos. I know, right, Mayu? That doesn't sound real. Speaking of Roger Jr., the kangaroo, he's confirmed the 3rd DLC character this year. Ooh, nice. The fighting game Kangaroo lives to fight another day. Huh. That. Perfect. All right, so screw. The main reason I've called you here today. We're reading. We weren't able to last week. Oh, also, by the way, I got Ulpianis. Like, last week, after, like, I think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I don't know when it was. But, I was, like, bored. I was looking around, and there was the one banner. There was the gold banner, and I didn't know what that banner was. I was like, oh, it's I thought it was just an elite op or whatever, a top op. Selector banner, not selector. I thought it was just like the one where it has like the 4 6 stars, and it's like you can get any of the 4. And I've been burning those banners a lot. But I realized it was you have 6 characters and you pick. It actually was a selector banner, and so I picked the 3 characters I didn't have, which were Phantom Altar, Ulpi, and there was another guy. Whatever the other guy was. And I was like, I'm just gonna do 1 10 roll, because again, we need to save money, but I was like, I'll throw 1 10 roll in and see what happens. And I got him on the 110 roll, and so I bumped him up. I think she is. I think she's E2'd. Yes. No, wait. Gladia. Yes, she should be. She should be E2 because I think I gotta use her for something. Oh, I'm looking at guards right now. That's why. Yeah, she is. Do they have really good synergy? Recover 2.5 max HP per second. Ah, that is pretty good because he is a crusher, the same as Hodor. So he doesn't normally get healing. So it's 100 HP when taking damage if HP is below 50. So yeah, he gets that. Increase max HP by 120 and attack by 30. Defeating by 30 after defeating an enemy. Yeah. Okay. Other Abyssal Hunters gain 50% of this boost effect. Oh, that's cool. With mod, she makes ult be broke. Which mod? Ban people fighting kangaroos for the people's sake, not out of concern for the wildlife. Might be true. I don't know, you guys think you could fight a kangaroo? I know they're like natural born boxers, and they're probably like 8 feet tall. I wouldn't do it out of respect for the animal kingdom, but like, is it bare fisting, or is it like, we have tools, we have hands, we have human intellect? What mod would this be? When deployed, all Abyssal Hunters gain 3.5 max HP per second and receive 30% less. That seems pretty good. Yeah, it's probably the 3.5. Just because that gets him... On a character that doesn't have a lot of... Like, his character is, I don't get healed, but I have innate healing. And just giving him more healing and less damage seems pretty good. What do I have to do to get this? Complete a total of 5 battles. You must deploy your own Gladia and unleash Waterless Dance of the Shattered Maelstrom at least one time in each battle. Okay. Clear Undertides, whatever. Sure. You have a thing too. What's your thing? Restores 130 HP when taking damage. If HP is below 60, restore 175 instead. That's fine. We're not gaming today, but we should probably like set up a... in the future so I remember. So Ace Knights, quick select, clear selection, put that in, and then we'll put that in, and then we'll put, where are they? Ulpi. Where is she? Flag lady. There we go. I'll know what that means. That way we like get the points in. Maybe a sword would be a rough one though. I mean, yeah, gun's an easy one. Sword, I think like you get the range advantage with the sword, even if you're not good with a sword. Just like use the sword as like a pike. Don't forget, sirs, your pikes exist, and they are like the most broken weapon in the world, even though it doesn't feel like they should be. Also, shoutouts to IpTV. Love this event. Got my things in it already. It's great. I did all my commissions. Love this event. Don't forget to go clear the store, which I think I still have like 1 or 2 more Crown Slayer pots. 3 more. We'll do that later. I'll do that later, I guess. But today, Snow and Silver Steel. Retracing our steps. View story. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. Slashing advantage is good too. What do you think the kangaroo's natural resistances are? Slashing, stabbing, and blunt. I feel like they're good against blunt. Like, cause they have a, they're a boxer, so I feel like they'd have resistance to blunt. Just anything that isn't blunt, I think, yeah. Whether it be slashing or stabbing. Okay, so we did, to recap, this is the 3rd Yerrig event, featuring Silverash and Framninx. There is a catastrophe in Yerrig for the first time in recorded history, as far as we're aware. A catastrophe, a rock shower has happened, and everyone is saying, what, why, how? Some people are blaming the Colombians, the Americans who came in and set up a research station, but realistically we know that it's probably the work of Priestess because she's changed the way Originium works. But that's not important right now. What is important is, because of this disaster, you have Colombians taking the brunt for their research station and for not helping as much as they could have, and you have Victoria, who is like there, and they're like, hey, we heard a catastrophe happened, have some of our aid, and they're like, hold on. How'd you get this done so quick? That seems a little fishy. And it seems like the Colombian data to monitor for catastrophes has been manipulated. We haven't gotten into that a lot, but that was set up. So potentially what happened is the Victorian spy might have came in, yeeted the catastrophe data, covered it up, told the Victorians that a catastrophe might be happening. They prepped up and were ready at the drop of a hat to provide aid. Colombians are left like, oh, we don't know what happened. What? All the while, this nation that's trying to become, trying to set foot in the world stage is going through it. Politically, Silver Ash is trying to control things. Spiritually, Pramnix is trying to control things. Pram is currently going on a journey up the mountain to you know, resolve, get people's hearts in order. Oh, and also Yar, aka Yereg herself, Pramnix's like handmaiden friend, is gone. And we know from spoilers that it might be what they call a trial of the gods-esque situation. 4th year event, if you count the 1 vignette to be continued. I will not. That's the 2.5. This is the 3rd major Yerg event. There's a parenthetical major there. So we did this. I think we are around... I think we're here. Hold on. Editor, bring it up. What channel... Sorcerer, what channel is the VOD for this on? Is it on the VOD channel or is it on the normal channel? I think it's on the VOD channel. I think this was recent enough that it's on the VOD channel. It is. Okay, cool. We did... No, that's the gameplay one. Hold on. No. I don't want the gameplay one. Where's the one where we actually read the story? There we go. We did... Okay, the one where we read the story is also the one where we had B-Swing at the very end, apparently. Just for your guys' sake. B-Swing. Let's see, we're looking back. Twilight One Tide. Retracing your steps. That's what we're reading. I think we did OS3. That sounds right. Let's double check. The Huntress Joanna takes Inya home and treats her injuries. Yes, okay. So we got to that part. We met Inya, we met Joanna, we met the Huntress, and she was talking about how because Silver Ash and his people are doing industrialization, they had put a train down through the forest. The train caused the beasts to not go through their normal hunting grounds. It's causing big changes in the natural world, this industrialization process. And then she finds out that Inya is the Saintess, and things kind of go from there. Also, people tried to kill Arctaz and Silver Ash, but not the Browntails, and I think they did that on purpose because they're trying to like blame the Browntails, because Arctaz is very quick to a flame, and that might be the Victorians. All right, hit it. Wait, May, why did it look like that? Yo, see Gabriel, welcome in. I just now looked at the POV. I take my glasses off. Why are you in like 180p? Have a good night, Gabriel. Thank you for popping in. Gotcha. I hope you enjoyed the reading we're about to do today. Buckle on in. Get cozy, bucko. Ah! Didn't I tell you not to bother me today? Who's... Sister. What are you doing here? Don't just stand there. Take a seat. What's the matter? Can't sleep? I thought I told Yucatan to keep a close eye on you. No. She shakes her head. I told Yucatan not to come with me. I wanted to talk to you, one-on-one. Ratatos never thought she would see this expression on her sister, who was usually so cheerful and straightforward. Alright, but only for a little bit, then you go back to bed. Acting like a little girl when you're supposed to be a mom already. I heard Artas shouting in the drawing room today. Damn. So he did disturb you. I'll have his hairy head for this. No, it's not that. I heard what you were arguing about, and I know many bad things have been happening lately. Please, Rada, if you do know something, tell me. Yeragander. You shouldn't be worrying about these things right now, Cirrus. You'll have plenty to worry about once you take my job. But there's been trouble after trouble. Even I, shut up in my room, can tell that things are getting worse. I see unhappy faces outside the window every day. Not to mention, we haven't heard anything back from Monch. I have people searching for her. I'm sure she's fine. Hey, don't forget that she's one of the finest Browntail warriors. I know. It's you I'm really worried about, Rada. I've never helped very much, but there was a time when I could at least stand by your side and give you my support. But now, you're facing all this on your own. I wish you would talk to me more. There's no need to carry everything on your shoulders. Yucatan and I have your back, no matter what. You think too much, my little sister. Are you really in such a hurry to take over for me? That's not what I promise you, Cirrus. I'll protect you, and Yucatan, and all of Clan Browntail. If it's the last thing I do. Yeragander be my witness. Still don't believe me? But you've got to believe Yeragander, right? There's no need to go that far. Alright. Then promise me you're going to bed now. Tomorrow will be a better day. Yo, what's up, Ben? Welcome in. Hi. You honor me with your invitation, Madam Browntail. I take it your thinking has changed, then? Cut the crap. Assassinating the members of Clan Silverash and Clan Paleroach, driving a rift between the three clans. Is this how you intend to coerce me into working with you? I thought Victorian politicians were smarter than that. The man smiles nonchalantly. I'm not sure how such a notion could have occurred to you, Madam Browntail. Assassinating the leadership of another country on their own soil. It would be tantamount to a declaration of war, if it could be proven. Are you sure you want to accuse Victoria of such crimes? So this is why you people seem so smug about yourselves. I'm not sure I understand your meaning. But since you've deigned to meet with me today, I am very happy to listen. Is there anything I can help you with? Go on, act smug. Your crude little plot worked, huh? The relationship between the Pale Roaches and the Browntails has broken down completely, and I've become the most suspicious one here. As for Inciodes, he just spun his tale about all three clans wanting stability to hoodwink that fool Arktaz. He knows full well that in the present state of Yereg, should the leader of any of the clans meet an accident, it would take little effort to demoralize the already disheartened people. If he learns of our meeting, he'll not hesitate to join forces with the Pale Roaches to attack me, even if he knows full well I wouldn't promise you anything. After all, what Yereg needs right now is a culprit, one to place all the blame on. In that event, it's entirely possible the Clan Browntail will be wiped off the map. I don't have much time left. My sympathies, madam. I am in full agreement with your assessment of the situation. Do you intend to turn things around, then? Let's get straight to the point. First, I want an absolute guarantee that you will prioritize the safety of Clan Browntail and the people of my domain, no matter what happens. Of course. We have long sympathized with the ordinary folk who have become marginalized by Clan Silverash. It's one of our major goals for peaceful cooperation with Yerag. Say whatever you want. Second, all the trade policies currently in place will remain so when Clan Browntail takes over from Carlin Trade, and Victoria must not withdraw any assistance currently offered to Yerag. Otherwise, we reserve the right to terminate our cooperation with immediate effect. Not something you want to happen. You need not worry, madam. We're more than eager to cooperate with Yerag and would never dream of undermining this partnership. There will be much room for further cooperation once you become the sole representative of your nation. Good. Taking over Carlin Trade isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. We need time to prepare. And the first order of business is to deal with Arknights. I know that man. He'll come looking for trouble if he finds out Clan Browntail has been working with Victoria. In a sense, he's an even bigger problem than Ensiodes. That bloody fool. Most regrettable. The decision is yours, Madam Browntail. How should we, persuade Arknights? I will contact him again for one final meeting. Oh. There's an old Browntail manor at the foot of the mountains in the southwest, an area that's virtually uninhabited. I will send Arknights a message, telling him to meet me there tomorrow, where I will explain the truth. The time of the meeting is set at 7 p.m., 15 hours from now. I hope Victoria will demonstrate its good faith. Of course. You will not be disappointed. We look forward to your persuasion of Clan Pale Roach. They got a 4 in the morning meeting going on right now? That's some shady business right there. Also, do you think it's like an extremely, like, did anyone else immediately see what's probably gonna actually happen? Where, I don't know, because I don't know how it's gonna suss out, but I saw them say a certain line, I was like, okay, I wonder if it's gonna be this. Because Ensiodes is very much a Lelouch character. Keep that in mind when I explain what I'm about to explain. After all, what Yerag needs right now is a culprit, one to place all blame on. So I saw that line and my brain immediately went to Ensiodes is gonna Lelouch himself. Ensiodes is gonna be like, hey, I did it. I am the dude. I'm the one controlling all of Yerag. Ha ha ha. Oh, I did a bad. I guess I have to get impeached or like killed off. Air quotes, big air quotes, killed off. Or something bad's gonna happen to him. So then now Ratatos or Arknights, probably Ratatos, she's kind of earned it, honestly. Like Ensiode's gonna take all the blame, Ratatos becomes the new leader, but it was all part of Ensiodes' game the entire time. So then Ratatos can become the leader and they have further strength in Inya or something. That's some big Lelouch energy, and I believe that. I forget which tech company, but there was a merge that was signed at 3M in a I assume it's Denny's, in a Denny's parking lot. That's, I mean, when it comes to tech is not real, so I believe that. Tech is just a bunch of like 20, I want to say 20 somethings. It's a bunch of early 30 somethings, like pretending like they're doing stuff. And the worst part is they kind of are doing stuff. There's a whole lot that I can say about that, but also I'm too uneducated to say anything about that. What is important, though, is the mountain wind carries the snow, battered. The mountain wind carries the snow, battering the hay-thatched roof. A few dry leaves are blown into the air, landing on the braids of the girl sitting on the rooftop. She picks it out and rubs it in her fingers. The Rift Cloud Beast pokes its head out from behind the girl's shoulders, rubbing against her red cheeks. I love him. Rift Cloud Beast. I'm just clearing my head. You don't have to come out and be cold with me together. The little white creature, which has endured many harsh days and nights with Joanna, purrs gently. Thanks. I don't know how to face the Saintess. She's the Vicar of Yeragander. I should love and honor her, but how could those things happen? Why must my family be punished? Techies speak C#? Is that like the techies from Dota 2 techies? Or you mean just like hearing people in tech speak in code? Because like I can speak in code right now. Print F parentheses quotation mark hello world exclamation point in quotation mark in parentheses semicolon. I think that's how that works. That works in some coding language almost certainly. Oh, just people speaking in general. Yeah, tech people aren't real. Tech people aren't real. Everything tech people say is just made up. It's disgusting. It's so messed up. They just say shit and it's just like, okay. And then because they said something, suddenly I have to like pay $40 for a burrito or something. I don't know. Just come with some completely impractical idea and then pitch to investors on the grounds that if they don't invest, they'll miss out on infinite money, and somehow works every time. Every single time. And like a handful of times, yeah, maybe it's something good. Maybe. But a lot of the times it's just like, hey, you want to buy this concept that I made in a garage that isn't even like worth it, and then people buy it for billions of dollars, and then they just go and they make another one, and then everyone else that was actually like working at the startup, they get like $5 and they are like let go. It's peak capitalism, baby. Peak late stage capitalism. The girl sits quietly on the roof, Rift Cloud Beast in her arms, until the fine snowflakes cover her hair in white. The door leading to the backyard is pushed open. The visitor has added a few shallow footprints on the snow. Inya sees 3 scattered crossbows as she walks to her left and picks up one to examine it. It's smaller than the one Joanna uses. Inya casts her gaze in front, and there are 3 targets standing a short distance away, with a few bolts on them that have yet to be retrieved. I've invented double jump boots. Invest now and you'll get the first working pair and 11% of the profits. Okay, well, you would, like, no one in the service crew would ever lie to me, so $20 million? Make it 30 and you got yourself a deal. I'm investing in the future for you. I know you would never do me dirty. I hope you take spare parts. Like the currency, not my cat. Actually, make it so the cats can wear them too, and I'll invest 40 million. Yeah, like I was saying this in relation to something else, but I think it'd be insane to have like stocks on Twitch. Like screw predictions, screw like polls. I want a stock market that I can have my viewers bet on. That's such an awful idea, but it would be really funny for like one stream. They started training at such a young age. There's a name on the stock. Does it belong to her siblings? Inya's attention is drawn to a bunch of sculptures scattered haphazardly on the ground at the other end of the yard. Their visage is a familiar one. Inya approaches the largest among them and holds it before her. The sculptor was obviously extremely skilled. Yergander is smiling gently upon her. This is just like the one we built at Lake Silbernerhez. I guess this is what they all think you look like. There are other sculptures lying by her feet, and Yinya picks one of them up. This one is sleeker, the chisel marks on the face rougher, giving it a sense of harshness. Perhaps the sculptor had used too much force when sculpting the face and chiseled off a little too much. Where the price is based on the change of the color of pixels on the screen. Oh, so then it's like true, like not truly random, but like it has enough volatility to be random. If I ever become a Doug-like streamer, that's such a perfect like stream into edited VOD material. I had my Twitch chat bet on the stock market. Bet on the Twitch, like my stream stock market. It's not right, is it? Oh, it doesn't look like Yeragander at all. The face needs to be a little thinner, and the body. Will you heed the plea of your humble handmaiden, Saintus? Inya, please. Aw, I miss my R. See? It looks better when the face is rounder. Aw. Why white when there's only leaves, then so until snow? She carefully puts the two sculptures of different sizes back. In this bare, unfamiliar backyard, Inya puts her hands together and prays toward the statue of Yeragander and the elders of the Vinebeak Court, as the elders of the Vinebeak Court often do. She does not make any wish. She only hopes for a miracle. The sun has set, but the huntress still sits in the yard. She hurriedly gets up to bow when she sees Inya, but the latter lays a hand on her shoulder. Oh, thank you, Shani. Hi, welcome in. Much appreciated. What if you could hide the point totals on predictions so the stock with the most invested points wins? It would be something like that, yeah. You guys all need to write this down because at some point, like in the next 6 months, this is a potential actual thing. Like, yeah, screw Halloween. What if we instead, the real horror is capitalism, so we just have a stock market stream instead? And I just have all your little Halloween costumes just down here, and you guys are the ones like, when you have the stock market scene in the movie where they're all like buy, sell, like your little like Halloween guys would just like bounce up and down, like buying and selling. It'd be kind of great. It's going good. I hope you can say the same. We're reading the Arknights event that ended last week, 2 weeks ago. You see, you get it, Ben. Sanctus, no need for formalities. It's just the two of us. I'd prefer if you could call me Inya. As you wish. After greeting Inya, the girl looks aside and falls quiet again. There were a lot of Yeragander sculptures in the backyard. Did you and your family make them yourselves? They look a little different. Is it because people interpret the image of Yeragander depicted in the old books differently? My dad made the ones that look like her. I made the ones that don't. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, why did you make all those sculptures? My family is a branch of Clan Pelroch that went into the mountains on Yeragander's orders. We've been hunters ever since. We believe all that lives in the mountains share Yeragander's soul, and we are all part of the eternal cycle of life within her. In gratitude for the blessings of Yeragander, every member of our home must learn to sculpt the image of Yeragander once we are old enough to hunt alone. We also make leather jackets, bone sculptures, and accessories with her mark. Here, blessed hunter. Are the whispers of the wind and the grass not her hymns? Are the creatures that walk and fly not she embodied? The cycle of life and death is the cycle of water and ice. There is neither beginning nor end. Speak of Yeragander's wisdom and love, and listen. Rely not on signs and omens, but seek upon snow-covered peaks. And then become one with her. Yes, this part feels different from the other parts of the Yeragander. I always get stuck here. The details of the scriptures are not what matters the most. What's important is to be constantly mindful of Yeragander. That Yeragander watches and listens to our words and deeds. You may not remember the complicated verses, but you're living, hunting, and sculpting in accordance with her teachings. Even as the Saintess, I may never have truly understood the meaning of this passage if I hadn't met you. You're one of the most pious faithful I've ever met. Yeragander will protect your family. Really? Yes. I am her chosen Saintess, after all. She will appear when we need her most, no matter what hardship we face. Tears roll down the young cheeks of the huntress, who always puts on a strong front, falling and melting the snow by their feet. Joanna, what's the matter? Can you tell me? Inya takes Joanna's trembling hands in hers. When I first learned to hunt, I was bitten by an infected beast and I got oropathy. Dad hunted every day and made those sculptures after coming back from the hunt so that he could sell them in town to buy medicine for me. And he did it for years. A few days ago, Dad's friend told me he was at the station the day the catastrophe happened. If I didn't... Joanna... Why, yet again there? The grieving girl drops to the ground, curled up in a fetal position. Inya kneels by her side, trying to find words of consolation, but for all the scripture she has memorized, none have an answer. After a brief hesitation, she begins patting the girl's back. There's a lump in her throat. If even eternal Yeragander can fall silent, what could her Saintess possibly do? Are you listening, Yar? Sitting by the window, the rift cloud beast suddenly growls with as much volume as it can muster, and darts back into Joanna's hood. Joanna sniffles and wipes her tears with her palms. Someone's coming. I'll get the door. Young lady, how do I get to the nearest town? Are you lost? Do you see those lights? Follow the trail down the mountain and follow the lights whenever you come to a crossroads. It's getting dark, and my eyesight is poor. I'll walk with you. No, I can't leave right now. You could spend the night here and head down once the sun rises. No, no. I shouldn't trouble you. I'll find the path down the mountain. What is it? Just an old man who got lost. You're quite far from town. Do people pass by here often? No. My family are the only ones who live here. We don't see many passerby. In fact, you were the first. Look out! Yeah. Makes complete sense. Lovecraftian horror novel about the incomprehensible nature of infinite growth in a capitalistic system. I would read it. At least the synopsis. Like, that's at the very least a really good short story. I love the scene of how religious people keep speaking platitudes, but when facing harsh reality, they have no words. I agree. The way you worded it is kind of harsh, kind of very harsh, but I agree. There's it's a very realistic scene. I know that, I forget who it was that we raided into, like, 2 weeks ago, talking about this event. Was it Sheep? But they were talking about how well written this one is, because the way that it, works with religion and, like, the religious themes of it. How it's about, like, whether or not you believe, whether or not you buy in. A big part of it is just the community, the togetherness, the idea that you can believe in something greater than yourself, and that can give you solace in hard times. It can give you, like, a light in the darkness. And I like that. I think that's a good thing. And that's a very real scene where it's just like, my life kind of sucks. Have I not been a good person? Like, what? If you like themes, if you like religious themes, go watch Wake Up Dead Man. That's a great movie with similar themes. Also, it's a dollar woman in. Hi. Okay, so we just did OS4. Now OS4. Back already, Yulo. You still have the galls in your head. I told you to think before you act. You get back to the hospital right now and stay in bed. Master, I heard that you're going to meet with Radatos again at the Browntail's invitation. You can't go. What? You think I'm afraid of her? That witch says she's going to tell me the truth. I'm eager to see what she spews from that mouth of hers. But Master, the meeting is on Browntail turf. This is clearly a trap. Huh. You think I don't know? A pale roach never runs from a fight. Just because it's her turf doesn't mean a pale roach is helpless there. You know what? Seeing that gauze in your head is making me doubly mad. I don't care how mad you are, Master. I'm sitting right here at the door and not budging an inch until you change your mind. Now, what does any of that have to do with you? It's my own fault I got hurt and couldn't protect you. All I can do is stop you from putting yourself in danger. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at those bloody browntails. Don't worry. I'll settle the score for you. I'll show them nobody messes with Clan Paleroach. Get out of the way, brother. Master. Warriors, take General Gulo back to his room. Several warriors help Gulo up and help him walk back to his room. Huh. Not afraid of them, but I won't go unprepared. Fight hand. Prepare a few more cars, boys. I'm playing Clanfolk again. Nice. After a long time of not playing it. I'm working on a new save file and got a good seed. Very nice. Is Clanfolk the online one where you do the warrior cats thing? Dinner is ready, Madam Cirrus. What about the matriarch? Will she not join us? Matriarch Radatos just left. She says not to worry about her. I remember the matriarch saying she had a meeting with Clan Paleroach today. But it's so early. Did she go alone? We're not sure. Something doesn't feel right, Yucatan. Go after her. All right. One moment, please, Madam Sirius. And Master Yucatan. What is it this time? The matriarch left orders before she left. We are not to allow the two of you to leave home tonight. Under any circumstances. I thought Yucatan was going to be the one to die. Because Yucatan and Cirrus kind of have death flags. I don't want them to, but they kind of have death flags because they have a new child. You managing a little tribe in ancient Scotland. Oh, nice. Saintis, get down. Right. Who are these people? How dare they attempt to murder the Saintis on Yereg soil? Maybe they're not from Yereg. They're dangerous. Don't worry, Saintis. I'll protect you with my life. They won't get in so easily. Don't underestimate the hunters of Yereg. The young huntress locks and loads her heavy crossbow, barely taking any time to aim it through the broken window before pulling the trigger. It is immediately followed by multiple screams. Hit. Careful. There are a lot of them. We can't just stay here. We need to get out. What do we do? Calm down. Listen to me. Lying prone on the snow, the attacker gestures to those behind him to remain hidden. They learn their lesson the hard way. They slowly close in on the house, on guard against the crossbow bolts that can be fired from the window at any time with uncanny accuracy. They could see a shadow move behind the curtain, and the edges of the curtain sway. The attacker raises his crossbow. The poison bolt strikes the figure behind the curtain. He hears the sound of the body hitting the floor. Then, silence. Hit. Not sure if she's down. Units 2, 3, 4. Hold position. Unit 1, with me. Approach with care. The intel says there are 2 of them. Several figures sneak up to the house, breaking in once they have determined no sound coming from inside. What? This... It's... a wooden sculpture. They put one of the Yereg sculptures there and they probably like left up the back. Which is weird because I would have figured they would have had the house surrounded, but maybe it's on like a mountain slope, so it's potentially like they only have it like surrounded in like a U shape. And they just like went up the back, like up the mountain. Or they're inside and they're about to kill all of Unit 1. A sculpture of Yergander lies on the ground, a crossbow bolt sticking out of its head. The assailants did not notice the delicate sound of machinery operating as they entered the room. They hear the ringing of a bell, while their arms and legs go weak. 5 loaded crossbows and a massive net take aim at the intruders. They fell for it. It's just like you said. You'd better repent for damaging a sculpture of Yergander. Now, run. Oh, but Units 2, 3, and 4, they don't know about Units 2, 3, and 4. Alpha, report. The Pale Roach convoy has cleared the 3rd checkpoint. Confirmed target position, back seat of the lead car. Shall we engage? Affirmative. Wait. There's a change in the situation. The targets stop moving. No direct line of sight. I can't see what's going on. Browntail warriors? What are they doing here? Stand by. I'm calling number 1. What's the meaning of this? Your matriarch told us to come meet her and then sent you to stop us? The location of the meeting is just ahead, Sir Arctaz. This will only take a minute of your time. Please allow us to search your vehicles in the interest of safety. What a joke! You're afraid of a handful of boys when your people pick the location? You people are cowards. The orders came from Matriarch Gratitos. We request your cooperation. Do what you want. I've got nothing to hide. No issues. You may proceed now, Sir Arctos. Not so fast. You searched us. Now we search you. Search every nook and cranny from here to the Browntown Manor. The road and everything around it. You find anyone suspicious, take him in. Yes, sir. Report on the target's location, Alpha. Come in, Alpha. Alpha, can you hear me? Report! What's going on? Command, target car has entered our surveillance zone and is approaching the final point of action. Should we move? When did he? Is there any movement from the target? No. Target hasn't exited the vehicle. I can't see inside from here. Stand by. Engage once you have visual on the target. Bravo, reporting in. We have visual on what we believe to be an armed Yerrig patrol. Have you identified them? Unclear. Possibly Pale Roach guards. Charlie reporting. We spotted Yerrig warriors too. They're searching nearby buildings. Our position may be compromised. Should we make a move now? Negative. Stand by. We've been compromised. Engaging. Found us. We've been exposed. Repeat, we've been exposed. Permission for final action. Bloody hell. Affirmative. Final action. Ooh. The north winds blow over the mountain road. The tusk beast hides among the rocks he bides. Take your bow, swing it low, by the little wood window. Hit. The forest is the domain of the hunter. The young huntress takes Inya into the forest. The mysterious assailants in hot pursuit. Their numbers are soon thinned by crossbow bolts that seem to come out of nowhere. There's at least one more. Where are you? The huntress knows that her last shot has revealed her position, while the enemy has withdrawn into the shadows. She hides behind the large tree, zeroing in on one little sound. Lock, load, loose. Missed! The young huntress is pushed to the ground as her shot misses. The attacker picks up a bolt from the ground and aims it at her throat. But he never gets the chance to bring his raised hand down. It is frozen. A blurred silhouette appears from above the assailant, bringing the weight of 1,000 mountains down upon his head. Oh, I was gonna say it was Monch, but if it's 1,000 mountains, Dejin? The ground trembles and the snow on the tree branches is scattered. Dejin! Dejin Breaker. Dejin Breaker catches the bolt flying toward her with one hand. Who are you? What do you want with the Saintus? Stop, Joanna. Degenbrecher is a friend. Degenbrecher? Joanna hesitantly removes the bolt from her crossbow as she looks up and down at Degenbrecher. I've heard your name before. They say you're a strong warrior. But I've never seen a man beaten into permafrost like that. What are you doing here, Degenbrecher? Insealed sent me. I apologize, but now is not the time to stick to the rules. How did he know I was in danger? This is not the only attack in recent days. There were attempts on the lives of the members of Clan Silverash and Pale Roach soon after you left the Vinebeat Court. The three clans are on the brink of civil war. How could this be? These people. Only now do the trio have the time to take a look at the assailants. Late assailants, more precisely. They are wearing Pale Roach armor, and they're carrying standard issue Yerg weapons. Clan Pelroch. That's impossible! Clan Pelroch has always been loyal. They would never think about murdering the Saintess. But there has to be an explanation for these people. They must be in disguise! Someone is trying to frame the Pelroches. Let me see. There must be some gap in their disguise. Yes, look at this bolt. These people thought they could fool us wearing Pelor's clothes, but they got a very important thing wrong. Look, the bolts they are carrying are two-fletched, but the ones used by Pelroch warriors are three-fletched, which are more suitable for battle than hunting. Dad told me that our family was the best, most loyal warriors of the Pelroches before we split from the clan. Our shooting skills were passed down from our ancestors, who used them in war, mostly against the Silver Ashes. Illogical explanation. All ancient history now. The wars between the three clans, Pelroch, Browntail, and Silver Ash, have long since come to an end, and your family became hunters under Yergander's kind guidance. Yes, by Yergander. It's not hard to guess who is impersonating Clan Pelroch. The Victorians. Degenbraher pulls a bolt from one of the Victorians' necks and examines it. Did you make this yourself? Yes, my dad taught me when I was little. The craftsmanship has been passed down my family from one generation to the next. From one generation to the next. The cut of the fletching, the shape of the point, even the etching on the shaft. These are all unique to Ursus. How's that possible? Dad said it's a mark of Yergander's faithful. I've seen arrows like these in the arenas of Casimiras many times, used by those who claim to master the most authentic Ursan martial arts. A gimmick, no doubt, but the GCC also sponsors legitimate historians. I've read their papers and seen the artifacts they dug up. But we're all indigenous to Yerag, who used to be a part of Clan Pelroch. What does Ursus have to do with Yerag? Inya? Some brought flags, some brought drums, and some brought swords. The three outsiders fought constantly, and their blood turned the rivers red, and she grieved. She went to the place of battle and said, "Sheathe your weapons and let your hearts be joined, and I will bestow upon you the blessings of prosperity and protect you from ill." But the three were foolish and continued to fight even after they heard her words. So she cracked the heavens and split the clouds, and she brought forth a miracle, and the fighting was stopped. One of them wept. How could we forget the hatred, the blood that was shed? And she wept as well, and her tears froze the enemy, becoming three eternally frozen peaks. What was that? A passage from the Yergander that is often overlooked. Now I think I understand. Joanna, I believe that your family, indeed all of Clan Pelroch, originally came from Ursus. Wait, is that like supposed to be a revelation? I'm interested in seeing where this goes. I thought that was just like common knowledge. Like they're all Ursan. They all have like the Ursus, like the bear traits. And I thought that was kind of like already set where the Pelroches are from Ursus and the other two clans they're not necessarily native. Maybe they are native to the area, but like the three clans are distinctly three different types of animals. And I guess maybe the Silver Ashes are more like Victorian in a way, because they are like, you know, cat related. And then yeah, I don't know where the brown tails technically come from. They might be the most native in the area, or they might be like Colombian adjacent, but not from Colombia itself, because Colombia is a newer nation. This feels like a fourth grade like history lesson. You think so too? Yes. But it's not just you. The Silver Ashes and Browntails came from elsewhere as well. As the scriptures say, our three clans were outsiders who fought incessantly over resources until Yerrigander intervened. The three frozen peaks seem to refer literally to the three mountains surrounding Yerreg, but in fact refers to the domains of the three clans, which she had demarcated. She will come again, if the swords are not laid down. Several years ago, she manifested through me, averting what would have been the first civil war between the three clans in centuries. The hearts of the three clans must be joined in order to receive her protection. The first virtue that Yerrigander taught us was forgiveness. Like, it feels very much... There's the old, people talk about... There's like an old... I don't know if it's a tweet or if it's a stand-up special. I think it's a tweet. Where it's someone saying, like... Plate tectonics is a surprisingly new, theory. Or a recent, like... Whatever is higher up than theory in the order of magnitude of scientific thinking. And it's really funny to think that, because imagine being in like the 60s and seeing a map of the Earth and being like, oh, South America and Africa kind of look like they go together, and being like, no, that's stupid. Why would you think that? But it's like, no, that's actually like legit what happened. That's what this feels like, where it's, oh, the Urson looking people, you think they're from Ursus? What are you, stupid? It's like, no, what? In denial, they want to be called Yerri people, not outsiders. I guess. I don't know. Like, I guess it's a your nationality overtakes the truth of your being in a way. It's kind of, yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. To make the American connection, like, unless you're a Native American, everyone that is in the US right now is from a different country, a different place. And together we make the great melting pot that is America. Yes, I do believe in 1920s propaganda, sue me. But like it's the great American experiment, the great melting pot of all our cultures together make something greater than the whole. And if they believe in that, that's fine, because that's hella base. That's awesome. But like, you still know that, like, oh yeah, but I didn't come from here originally. I came from, like, you know, Ursus or whatever. But for them, it's been like thousands of years, I guess. I don't know. I know that Yerrig is very much, it's supposed to be like Switzerland in the lore, because Switzerland is like German, Italian, French, all these other ones. Ursus, they just kind of throw that in because Ursus is probably a better representative than, like, because you can't throw France in for Yerrig, I guess. I don't know. So what do the Swiss think about themselves, I guess? Yeah, only 20s propaganda. Pre-20s propaganda, I don't believe it. Post-20s propaganda, don't believe it. I only believe in 20s propaganda. Everything's gonna be great, Service Crew. We're in the golden era. Bye, 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 baby. Gilded Age? Never heard of it. Or is that what that's called? I forget what it's called. Call me, call me Gatsby, because boy howdy is this great. I never watched it, or read it. The only Great Gatsby knowledge I know is from Bungo Stray Dogs. We got him, Master. The tall guards bring over several prisoners, bound with ropes. These guys were hiding in some abandoned houses, clearly up to no good. They had binoculars and communications equipment on them. Victorians, by the look of it. The Jazz Age. That's why I believe in jazz propaganda. Ha! Just as I thought. Ratos is plotting with the Victorians to kill me. We'll take these men to her and... No. We'll do it in front of the Vinebead Court with all three clans present. And we'll see what she has to say for herself. Who's there? We caught the remaining Victorian spies, Sir Arctaz. We're glad to see that you are unharmed. What? What do you mean? Matriarch Rathatos' orders were to protect you, Sir Arctos. We'd been following you and stopped these men when they attempted to make a move against you. The warriors put their bound prisoners down. What in the name of Yeragander? Where is Rathatos? We do not know. She said she would try to draw out the spies that Victoria had deployed around here. When they reveal themselves, we can... Uh-oh. Wait, no. Oh, it's the old manor, it's the old manor. Which I assume did not have serious, Yucatan or their children. The old Browntail Manor explodes. Its walls torn apart like cardboard. That's the second Browntail Manor that's been destroyed in the Yerg event, hasn't it? Because the one that gets caught on fire in the first one, that's also Browntail, isn't it? Glass and wood fragments fly in all directions, as flames consume the traces of a once sumptuous history. The boiling smoke distorts the night air. The Pale Roach warriors stand transfixed, eyes wide. Behind the brown car, some warriors caught by the blast now stagger as they try to help each other up. The echoes of the explosion gradually disperse, leaving the crackle of wood and distant sirens ever clearer in the night. A charred jacket drifts down in front of Arctos. She's alive. She can't be dead. This is... Rathatos? What the hell have you done? Rathatos pulled a Lelouch. I can't believe it. That was Encios' job. Encios gonna like pull Rathatos out, be like, Rathatos, you're trying to pull a Lelouch, that's my job, and then he's gonna like try to kill himself. A pilgrimage? A no. Rathatos' funeral is held as planned. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, we know that she's big air quotes dead. A layer of snow has formed on the withered branch. The Rift Cloud Beast climbs to its tip, squinting in an impression of scouting. That's really cute. I don't think animals do that. I think that's just something that we do, but I don't know enough about animals. Because why do we squint when we like do that? Is it because you get better like focus for farther away objects? Like I think like if you have glasses, depending on like what if you have nearsight or farsight, I've been told like if you take your glasses off and like make a small like ring with like your finger, like you can kind of get the idea of your glasses because it will distort the light in a way similar to like how your glasses work. So is that the idea? Like when you squint, you're distorting the light that goes in your cornea or your retina or whatever, and like you can actually see a little bit further, a little bit like better at further distances? The Saintess sighs, turning around to look back behind her. The huntress following her pauses, her face slightly red from the wind. Joanna, you don't need to follow me. I'm very grateful for all you've done. As I told you, though, the pilgrimage must be completed alone. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't even be talking to you. Oh, she can't even talk? That feels wrong. Might want to get out of those 20s propaganda, Ace. Just look stuff up. It's not... Wait, did you just, like, look up 20s propaganda? Because, like, yeah, there's a lot of not good 20s propaganda. I know that. I believe in the good 20s propaganda only. The melting pot and that good times won't stop, baby, and jazz. Only those three. Only that very specific narrow band of 20s propaganda. There's a lot of other 20s propaganda. Probably don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Don't even want to be in the same room or the same state as it. I know. I'm not following you. I'm not your guard or your servant. I just happen to be traveling in the same direction. Don't worry. I won't talk to you. If anyone sees us, I'll pretend I don't know you. I won't let danger strike you again. I'll just follow behind. Do you know where I'm going? Wherever you're going, I'm going. That's all I need to know. But I'm looking for Yergander. What? Looking for her? Did she disappear? I don't know. But disaster will strike Yerrig again if she doesn't return. People will lose their lives, and even more will lose their faith. I must return to the Vinebeak Court and consult the tomes. The others must not know, for now. Then I'll follow you. Don't worry. If anyone's on your tail, I'll chase them away for you. Brrr. I think the Rift Cloud Beast just saw something. In the direction that the Rift Cloud Beast is looking, the trail to the Vinebeak Court is filled with people dressed in solemn colors. Looks like someone very important just passed away. Who could it be? Inya shakes her head. She cannot help but feel a shiver down her spine, thick though her clothes are. Oh, you alright, Inya? We'll go slowly around the crowd. Dark clouds hang low, almost touching the temple's eaves. It is a cold day even by Yerrick standards, and the north wind seems to penetrate the eyes and spines of the mourners. Family members and clerics gather in the courtyard with heads bowed. The people of the Browntail domain have gathered outside to honor and grieve their matriarch who protected Yerrick with her life. Wait, did they find a body? Snow falls upon the black umbrellas. One of the Browntail nobles gives the one in his hand a little shake, and sighs as the snow pours down. Alright, here we go. So, the matriarch's body. They never found it. Yeah, she's alive. That's like the easiest call ever. Because, like, Rathatos is a great character. Everyone loves Rathatos. They're not just going to kill her off screen. The most nothing burger, like, the fake death. They never found it. The fire was too big. They turned over every inch of whatever was left, but found nothing. I heard they had to put her usual attire in the coffin, along with some ashes gathered from the scene. Nothing more. How sad. To think that one as bright as the matriarch would. Madam Cirrus. I apologize. I spoke out of turn. The Cirrus does not answer. She walks to the center of the courtyard, waiting for her sister, who had been by her side for as long as she could remember. Chimes tremble to the melody of the flutes. The clerics put their hands together and chant Yerrigander's hymn, and the people place their hands upon their hearts in prayer to the song. Yerrigander, have mercy. Take her with you. 6 members of Clan Browntail's main branch carry a heavy Nanmu wood coffin up the muddy road, Yucatan at the head of the procession. They carefully lay the coffin down on a table in front of the new Browntail matriarch. Yucatan walks to his wife, the grief on his face contrasting with Sirius's calm expression. Yucatan. Russ, thank you. The hymn draws to a close. All is quiet, and all eyes fall on Cirrus. For the first time, she understands the mask that Rathatos was forced to wear. The weight of responsibility, which crushes those unworthy of it. Thank you for being here, to honor the memory of Rathatos Browntail. She was my sister, staunch guardian of Clan Browntail, and faithful child of Yerrigander. Her wisdom gave her courage. She told me that she would protect me and everything here. And she always believed in a better tomorrow for Yerrig, even in the most troubling times. All her life, she carried out the task that our grandfather entrusted to her, giving everything to Clan Browntail, even in her final moments. I have lost someone very dear to me. It is only today Then I realized the weight of the burden that she carried. But I will never have the chance to tell her. I know you will remember her face, her voice, her sacrifice, and her deep love for Yereg, for Clan Browntail, and for her family. And you will remember, as I do, who took her from us, leaving behind wounds that can never fully heal. A life so short and bright as dawn shall walk with her in eternity. By Yerrigander. By Yerrigander, answer the crowd, following Sirius's lead as they kneel and pay respect to the departed. Even in times like these, when all is swept up in calamity, Yerrigander will continue to bring people and tranquility. Will continue to bring peace and tranquility to the people of Yereg. Two figures emerge from the crowd as those in attendance stand back up. It is Arknights and Matterhorn, approaching the coffin with white flowers in hand. My condolences, Cirrus. Radatos died because of me. I'll never forget it. Thank you, Arknights. This is a painful lesson to both our clans, to recognize who our true enemies are. Aye. Matriarch Sirius. Sir Enciodes expresses his regret for not being able to attend the funeral, and sends his apologies and condolences. He will pay a visit to Browntail Manor personally when the time is right. Please take care, Matriarch Sirius. He's so busy he can't even come to the funeral. Thank you. I understand. Clan Browntail recognizes the work that Enciodes has done for Yereg. Let us continue the ceremony. I believe we have matters to discuss. So wait, is Enciodes in on this? This feels like a Radatos and Enciodes are actually like making that battleship underground together right now, and that's why he's not there. It was Google buying YouTube. That's even funnier, actually. Because when you said that earlier, Ben, about them, like, closing a deal at Denny's at 3 in the morning, that just feels like some, like, tech bro thing. It goes to show you, it's tech bros all the way up. 20 said the Tommy gun and the Ford Model T and Al Capone. So with your affinity for Syracusa, you got me. It's all because of the jazz. It's all because of the jazz. And if Q was here, yes, I do in fact mean the Jazz, the basketball team. The one, the only. The crowd departs. The empty coffin is buried on Browntail land, next to the grandfather who loved her so dearly. With lips pressed together, Cirrus looks to the two men before her. Both look slightly angry. I'm simply reiterating the decision of the last Tri-Clan Council, Sir Arknights. All external affairs shall be handled by Sir Enciodes and Clan Silverash, including matters associated with Victoria. Is this why you had the nerve to demand the Victorian spies? The murder of the Browntail Matriarch is no small affair. I will allow the Silverashes to interrogate them on your own. Master Matterhorn, it was the Matriarch of Clan Browntail who was assassinated. I believe Clan Browntail should have full authority on this matter. Is Enciodes not pleased with this arrangement? Of course not. However, it is a matter of principle to defer to the tradition of the Tri-Clan Council. There is formal and rational justification for allowing Clan Silverash to handle the spies. We deferred to the Silverashes enough already, Matterhorn. You people have given us nothing but excuses when it comes to negotiating with the Victorians. And now these people have conducted terror attacks in broad daylight. How about we invite Enciodes to explain his attitude towards the Victorians and what he's planning to How about we invite Incio to explain his attitudes towards the Victorians and what he's planning to Sirius's face? And then we can talk about the spies. Kindly refrain from the baseless speculation, Sir Arctos. I have already shown considerable restraint. You and the matriarch Radatos were not the only ones to be attacked. Lady Encia also narrowly escaped with her life. I would like nothing more than to get my hands on the assassins, personally. Well, if that's true, then this will be easy enough. We'll put the Victorians on trial in front of all of Yereg, and then we let the clan Browntail have their way with them. Let all of Terra know that Yereg shows no mercy to our enemies. Too reckless. We already interrogated them. They were awfully tight-lipped. I doubt a little public trial would achieve anything. Instead, I'm worried they may see us as an opportunity to get a rise out of the people. It's not a risk we can take, with all the unrest in Yerek right now. If they have the guts to do so, just cut their tongues out! We should have dragged them out and spilled their blood for Radatos at the funeral! Arctos, no one wants vengeance for my sister more than I do, but we can't get carried away while there is still hope of actually coaxing some information from them. Matriarch Sirius is right. This is a matter for... Please excuse the interruption. A cleric from the Vinebead Court has something to discuss. The last envoy from the Vinebead Court almost got Arctos and Incia killed. How do I know you are who they say you are? There is no need to be concerned. Sir Arctos knows me. He's right! This is Father Frey from the Vinebead Court. Alright then. What is it you want to say, Father? I am here for the Victorian spies. Huh? The position of the Vinebead Court is that this is an extremely delicate issue. There will be considerable criticism and unrest, no matter which of the three clans takes charge. Therefore, the spies should be placed in the custody of the court. We shall arrange interrogations of which you will be informed, and in which you'll have the opportunity to participate. I object! Why delay things when we're going to kill them anyway? The Vinebead Court can't do this. The Tri-Clan Council has already decided that Clan Silverash will handle Victorian affairs. Need I remind you that the Tri-Clan Council also agreed to return temporal power to the court. The Saintess is on her pilgrimage right now. The Vinebead Court cannot decide on her behalf. It is interesting that you would mention the Saintess now, when Sir Inciots has always been at odds with us. All Yerrig knows that the Saintess and the Vinebead Court have always been of one mind. The scriptures speak testament to this. The Vinebead Court has often acted on behalf of the Saintess in her absence. Tell Sir Inciots that he should not presume to take all the power for himself. Father! Calm down, Matterhorn. Clan Browntail accedes to the request. You can send your people tomorrow, Father, and we will hand the spies over to the Vinebead Court. Cirrus! I know your concerns, but it's more important than ever to put aside the conflicts between the three clans. It would be great to have the Vinebead Court mediate. Thank you for the wisdom, Matriarch. The Vinebead Court prays for Clan Browntail. By Yerrigander. Cirrus bows to the Vinebead Court envoy. You're kind of onto something, Dolly. Kind of onto something. It's got a funny little barrel. Is that technically a barrel? What it uses for a magazine? It's kind of aesthetic. Syracuse might have been onto something. It is past noon, and the funeral procession begins to disperse. A man sitting in a car parked a little bit away witnesses the scene, then draws the curtain over the window. Looks like someone is getting impatient. There's been a lot of movement in the Vinebead Court ever since the Saintess's departure. I was surprised that the Ratatos was willing to go this far. using herself as bait to throw out the Victorian spies. An impressive performance that brought the actions of Victoria into the daylight. And the Victorians are trying to instigate a war between her and the other clans. This is also the most effective way to cleanse any suspicion from Clan Browntail. But it's not enough. We must make good use of the valuable time that Ratatos bought us. Why didn't you show up at her funeral? I wanted to avoid direct conflict with the other clan leaders, especially in public. And how is Inya? Her injuries were minor. All the Victorian assassins are dead. Inya says she has a plan to carry out in secret. She told me to come back once we cleaned up. All the people know is that the Saintess is currently on her pilgrimage. All the Victorians know is that their assassination attempt failed. You've wiped out all the traces from the mountains. And it's certainly true that the presence of the legendary Black Knight would not be conducive to secrecy. That's what I thought as well. Not a bad plan. I also need people I can trust by my side for what is to come. Our real troubles have only just begun. Enzio takes out an envelope and hands it to Degenbrecher. Inside is a thick stack of agreements, and a letter written in Victorian. Read it. A letter. From whom? You could call it a letter. Or a declaration of war. To the chairman of Carlin Trade, the son of my kinswoman, Elizabeth. Dear Inciodes Silverash, I hope this letter finds you well. It has been more than a decade since we met at that banquet. Perhaps you recalled our conversations as I did, when you heard about recent events in Victoria. You foretold the conflicts that I was personally involved in, and you have earned the right to sit at the table with Victoria as equals. But do not forget that every step you have taken is on a path that Victoria wants to see taken, one which she has paved for you. Victoria's position remains the same after the catastrophe. We support Yerrig's development and respect Yerrig's faith, and I believe that Clan Silverash and Yerrig have never needed more help than now. I will offer that help. Based on the current partnership with Carlin Trade, I will accept the following proposal. A special office jointly created, funded and managed by both sides, establishing a foundation with its location in the city center. Victoria will double down on existing investment in the form of equipment and interest-free loans, and share more industrial technology to support the future development of Yerrig. All Yerrig needs to do is open its doors to Victoria mining efforts, including but not limited to Originium, repaying the loans in kind. Carlin Trade will not need to provide any cash. After all, there are many places where it can be put to good use. Considering present circumstances in Yerrig. I believe this to be a fair sign of good faith. The associated contracts have already been drafted and enclosed, ready for your review and signature. I will be happy to meet with you, should you wish to discuss the details. I look forward to the links that the Caster bloodline can build between us. I am curious as to whether Yerrig has become what you wanted it to be. There she is. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm actually surprised there still isn't more Columbia stuff. Especially when you consider that the welfare for this is a Colombian. Like, I don't know, like, if that pops off, like, later on, but, like, we're very much in Victoria, which the entire idea of this event is that you have Victoria on one side, Columbia on the other, and, like, it's set up Columbia, but, like, we haven't really done much with them. I don't know if, like, it's front-loading the Victoria stuff and it's gonna backload the Colombian stuff, or if Columbia actually is not gonna be that important. Obviously, Victorian's the one that's, like, aggressing here, but... Casimir was only one sentence. In what? In what, the letter? Or, like, just references? Because if you mean in reference, in the event... Wow, really? That was, like, an entire... Like, the end of Silvernair has a big Casimiras push as well, so that's surprising. I imagine that it's just, like, this is... For writing purposes, you have a duology here, and you have a duology here. And in a way, you have a duology between the pale roaches and the brown tails. And so they just wanted to keep things in twos. If they added Casimiras into the event as a player, it might have been a little bit messy. Honestly, I'm not done with it yet, but I feel like if Casimiras wasn't here, it would be far too many players. Because it's already put, like, with these two, one of them is definitely not getting screen time yet. So, like, if they had Casimiras in here, yeah, it would be a little bit too messy. Plus, I like to think that Casimiras isn't as conniving and manipulative as Victoria and Columbia. Definitely not as conniving and manipulative as Victoria, at the very least. So, like, it feels like they would have a more amicable relationship, is my hope. So, it's good. So now let's see what what I'm interested in also is, where do you think, like, do you think Pram is only gonna get her, oh, this is called Cold Steel. Oh, do you think it's gonna wait till, like, up here and up here to get Silver Ash and Pram alters? I don't know, what are you guys' thoughts on, like, when the character gets their alter form? I think we talked about that last time. You have certain events like, I think Gaviel's event and Texas's event, it happens, like, fairly early on. And then you have other events where it's like a Lappy altar, or I assume Neural altar, where it's like that's the big reveal at the end. And this is definitely going in the way of big reveal at the end. But I don't know, like, how it's gonna... Like, Pram makes the most sense. I can understand it where Pram's gonna be like, I have resolved my faith in Yarrigander. I've cast myself off. I am a new person. I don't know how Silver Ash is gonna get his, though. It feels like they could have done a double down, and they would have had like Silver Ash at the beginning swap into new duds, and then like have Pram at the end swap into new duds. I think that would have been fun. Oh, there's also Acetgene as well. There were three. Okay. They did kind of do that, I guess. But yeah, I agree with that. It is very much a depends on case by case basis. I think it is fairly satisfying when it is the big reveal at the end, just because it's the build up payoff moment. But like, I don't know what the build up for Silver Ash is right now. I kind of do, but 33 hours before the Air Catastrophe. Also, hey, look, Columbia. Instruments, check. Terminal battery, check. Pen, ink, and paper, check. Coffee, check. It's all-nighter time. Ugh. A rustling sound coming from a corner gives Elena a fright. Only then does she realize that she is not the only person in the observation room. A human figure crawls out of the pile of waste paper by the instruments. Oh, it's you, Elena. I thought some great scientist was pulling an all-nighter in an effort to win the Max Prize. Carolyn! You remember me? Of course, I remember the rising star of the energy section, the youngest researcher ever to join our ranks. I'm flattered. I thought you had left already. The schedule said I was supposed to be the only one on observation duty today. Not like the schedule ever meant anything. I would have been sleeping here for 2 straight weeks if it did. No wonder I've hardly ever seen you ever since I came to the station. Must be tough. How does it feel to be back? You mean coming back to Rhine Lab? You were the first person I thought of when they started recruiting for the observation station project, but I thought you would turn it down. Honestly, it wasn't an easy decision. At the end of the day, though, the company gave me a valuable opportunity. Besides, the achievements of Ryan Lab itself have never been in question. I still think my time at Ryan Lab was the closest I've ever been to achieving my dreams. And I have to admit, even Ferdinand was a great researcher, if nothing else. Indeed. He has a mind for physics, so let him do what he does best. You know, he stopped messing with other researchers since he got out of prison, and has been spending all his time on research. I think there's going to be a new director of energy before long. Maybe she's standing in front of me right now. No. You've got to be kidding me. I just wanted to get a closer look. Elena looks up and sees the sky, obscured by snow through the observation's clear dome. She hates this feeling. Just like she hates her family's backwards tradition and beliefs. All the things in her way that have nothing to do with science itself. She believes that science should be pure, ever advancing, solving questions about Terra one at a time. This observation station is an invaluable opportunity. I only want to focus on my research, and maybe push a little further than the boundaries of existing knowledge, if I can. Boundaries, huh? Well, this is the closest place there is. Say, have you heard the legend of Yerag? Legend? What legend? This land has not suffered a catastrophe for 1,000 years, thanks to the protection of their god. Well, every country once attributed unusual phenomenon to the gods. Yerag just held on to this tradition longer because of its isolation. Yet, it is indeed true that Yerag has not suffered a catastrophe for 1,000 years. It's certainly unusual, but there must be a reason. Maybe the high elevation makes it difficult for originium particles to converge, or... Franman. Huh? Come on, I'm being serious. I know there are legends about the Franmans, ancient beings the size of mountains that turn into mountains and rivers after death. First off, there are no confirmed accounts proving the existence of Franmans, and besides, if these beings did exist, where do they find the energy to sustain their biological activities? Why bring this up, anyway? Just something that occurred to me while we were chatting. Well, that's enough gabbing. You can rest. I'll take over observations for the night. Really? But you've done a bunch of night shifts in a row. It's not like my circadian rhythm can get any more messed up. And chatting with you woke me up. If I recall correctly, there are still some bugs to iron out with the power supply to the high energy particle beam. Wow. You know about that? Get some rest and put that brain of yours to better use. Well, I guess I'll take you up on the offer. Thank you so much. I'll buy you some fins and chips from that Victorian restaurant that just opened up at the foot of the mountain when you have time. Please don't. No Victorian wants to have to enjoy authentic Victorian cuisine in a foreign land. Heh. Yari cheese fondue, then? That sounds great. It's another deep and quiet night in Yerag. The ancient land slumbers, and lamps give way to stars. The sleeping snowy mountains may seem wondrous to the uninitiated, though most who live on this land have gotten used to the sight. Few look up at the sky on a night like this. Ooh. It's like going to another country than eating McDonald's. Well, just eating McDonald's is one thing. I will say, as someone who has never left my country of origin, I know you shouldn't do it, but I do want to eat at like one McDonald's abroad just to see what the difference is. Because I'm getting the at-home McDonald's, which is arguably probably the worst version of it. Like, I know, like, some people might call it, like, bad, but I'm not gonna eat it there more than just the one time, but I've always wanted to, like, eat, if I ever go abroad, like, go to Japan, go to Europe, wherever, I want to eat at one McDonald's just to see, like, is it actually better? Like, am I actually getting the worst thing ever? And then go and eat, like, other things. Meanwhile, over at Rhodes, that's what I wanted to say that to you. It's like, what does Asajine mean? What does she mean? We have several gods. We got the Sui, we got Ya, Sami, Lifeborn, Oz, Anonymous Sleeping, Rimbilly Framlet, Suitors. Like, technically the Sui stuff is in the future. That's before this, presumably. Ya is also in that category, if my memory serves correctly. Sami, though, like, I don't know. But she clearly she just doesn't know. She doesn't know. Oh, that's true. It's also a state secret. It's in the future and it's a state secret. Why would American McDonald's be the worst one? Wait, why do you think it wouldn't be the worst one, Ben? Why do you think this, like, this could be my bias for being an American, but if I were, like, I don't know, I feel like we always just have the least amount of checks, balances, care put into our things. It's because think about this, Ben. Hershey's chocolate was invented in America. If you ask anyone who has ever tasted any chocolate that's not from, like, America, their opinion on it, they're gonna say it's awful. I think American food products are kind of garbage. That's my not hot take. That's the coldest take in the world. Because McDonald's came from America, shouldn't be the best then. You would think that, but editor, bring in the capitalism slides. Because you need to make a profit year over year, you just start making things worse and worse and worse. And what better way to do it than to do it on your home turf? Year over year over year, they just keep making things more expensive or worse quality in order to drive it up. And we don't have that many, like, protections against that. So yeah, almost certainly McDonald's is the worst one. That goes for probably the majority of things. Like KFC. That's I think another really good example. Japanese KFC, that's holiday food. That's like, it's out there, like, sponsoring baseball teams or cursing baseball teams, depending. We talked about that like a few weeks ago. But, like, KFC over here is like nothing. After Colonel Sanders passed away, rest in peace, my goat. Like, yeah, the quality has just gone downhill because they just find the cheapest product to sell. Like, the good American food is not, like, the big brand food. The good American food, as with most countries' food, is usually, like, the smaller stuff, or it's, like, the in-house brands. Like, if you want a burger, go to, like, Five Guys or, like, In-N-Out or something, even though those are gonna be, like, even though those are gonna be, like, double the price. They are arguably the better ones. It is just marketing, but also, theoretically, it must be good. It's marketing, but also, presumably, if it was marketing, but, like, it was terrible food, you wouldn't get it. So it's marketing and also it's good food. American McDonald's doesn't have good salty fries or good fast food in general. The amount of times I found a bone in my nuggets. Ugh. I haven't had McDonald's nuggets in, like, years. But, like, ugh. I'm a burger man. I'm lucky that I've never gotten a bone in my burger. That'd be a much bigger issue. What if the Silent Hill F cult worshipped a Colonel KFC statue instead of a fox? Things would have been a lot different around there. Silent Hill F, the F stands for fried. If they were worshipping, like, a statue of Colonel Sanders, all I know is it'd be finger looking good. The F stands for finger looking good. Fight you on the KFC not being good here. It depends on the employees, but it's good more times than it's bad. Fair, fair. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that it's probably worse than it is in other places. And again, the two places that I get it compared to the most are Europe and Japan, which Europe has good laws and protections, and Japan typically does things fairly good. Like, Japan can be hit or miss in a lot of things, but Japan typically does good when it comes to food. So, like, I am comparing my American food to, like, some heavy hitters there, in fairness, but I don't like the chicken at my KFCs. It's kind of hit or miss, yeah. I don't know if that's a sourcing issue for you. I haven't, like, there's not a KFC near the hangar anymore. So, like, I definitely not been KFCing. If I'm going chicken, I'm going, like, hot chicken, which I gotta say, you can't go wrong, man. My KFC order used to be a bunch of chicken littles, which they changed how those used to be. Again, rip to my goat. But back when I was growing up, chicken littles were like small, square, like chicken patties. I don't know how to call them. They were basically sliders on like biscuit buns, and they were amazing. I think. I don't know. I was like in middle school, if even. They might have been a grade school thing. They might have gotten rid of them by the time I was in middle school. And then like they discontinued them. And then they brought them back, but they weren't that. They are now instead just like a small little strip on a bun. And it's alright. It's kind of mid. But I do like their nuggets. / popcorn chicken. I don't know. They keep changing the name of whatever that is, but that is pretty good. What's that? Both her eyes and the instruments capture the strange light that cut across the night sky. Like a sign from the heavens. Is that the rabbit girl coming to Earth? That's what my gut immediately says. What's the Shangri-La? Welcome in. Hi. I can say the same. Welcome in. We're reading through the Yerg event that finished, what, 2 weeks ago? Because I played through the gameplay part of it. And then we wanted to start reading. We started reading it 2 weeks ago. And then we couldn't read it last week because it wasn't in the archive yet, and now it's in the archive. So we're enjoying it. Hope you've been good. It appears that Carolyn was an accomplished, intelligent young researcher with a bright future. This project is very important to both Rhine Lab and Columbia. The recruiting process was extremely selective. We have yet to find any irregularities in her records and communications logs. She was originally from Victoria. I'm unable to provide any private information. That would be a violation of Rhine Lab's privacy policy and basic human rights. We can only provide information about her time at Rhine Lab, unless your government officially presses charges of espionage. I gotta say, I need to pull up Silence's original fit. It's too busy. I'm not a huge fan of the new Silence design. It definitely not in VN sections, I gotta say. Overall, it's kind of fine. It also might be that I like her glasses, and I'm very upset that they got rid of her glasses, but it's more, I think, just like it like blowing out here. She's got, I guess, no, she always had the little like wing bits on her head. I don't know, it just seems very too techy. The ranking goes Little Caesars, KFC, Arby's, Wendy's, Arby's, the rest of the menu, Mickey D's, Burger King. So it depends on if you know the cheat code to the custom-made sandwiches or if they have the mini pizzas. Little Caesars being that high up is a very good opinion, Dolly. $5 for a solid pizza that you can just immediately take out and crazy bread. That's a good opinion. What about Pragmatic Skin? Ooh, great question. I don't remember what it looks like. Can I just type that in? I'm just gonna go to operator gallery. Whoop. So the skin. Much better. In fairness, like, I don't know, if she was standing up, because it's kind of, I think it's not that dissimilar, where it's, you know, dress with an outer layer on it, It's just the fact that her outer layer is like, it's like it's starched. I know it's supposed to be like an action shot or like a T-pose, but like, I wish it wasn't like like puffed out like that. If it just had it falling at her sides, I might like it a lot more. But since it's like starched out like this, it just looks really distracting. But like, yeah, no, this also, like, if it was just falling down, it might look a lot better. Does she have her weapon? No, she doesn't have her weapon. That's good. Okay. Like, I do agree this is better. I like the colors a lot more too, because it's blue and brown are also kind of my colors, so that's really cute. I still think she should have her glasses, but that's fine. She got contacts. That's whatever. Let girls cure their astigmatism. God forbid a woman cure her astigmatism. What's up, Kiwi? Welcome in, by the way. Kiwi, I hope you're happy to know that I made a reference to the Utah Jazz today. And I only just now remember that they came from Utah. I just called them the Jazz NBA team earlier. Also, what's up, Alan? Welcome in. Hi. I think I have a decent fashion sense. Not crazy, and also you gotta know like your audience. Like, if you're coming to me for like women's fashion advice or like good men's fashion advice, not the best place. But for solid, rote men's fashion advice, I kind of gotcha. It's simple. You wear like 2 layers at most, maybe 3 if you're going spicy with it. You get a nice like tie. I don't know. Basically, just put on a shirt, a dress shirt, roll your sleeves up, and put a tie on, and then boom, you're a 9 out of 10 character design right there. Easiest thing ever. Yes, says the hat hater. Look. You know what I will say? This silence could look a lot worse. You know how? If she was wearing a hat. You know what skin is great? The Lappy alter skin. You know what skin is awful? The Texas alter skin. You know the difference? The hat. All I'm saying. Is that bias? Yes. Am I right though? Yes, according to myself. Yes, exactly, Alan. I'm very safe. I occasionally see people, like, I look for like art commissions here and there. And I saw one art commission recently, and you see it occasionally around, but there was one recently that made me think about it, which was for like a character, it's like $80 for like a waist up shot or something, not a unstandard commission rate. And then it's like if it's a complicated character design, they add like a $20 fee on top of that, which is fair. Like if you're just drawing a dude in a suit. Yeah, but if you're drawing, what's the most complicated Arknights design, you guys think? If you're drawing this is not that bad, in fairness, but it's like riding the line a little bit. But I saw them say, if you want to commission, it's $80. If you have a complex design, it's an extra $20. And then there was an asterisk, and it said most gacha game characters will fall under complicated designs. And I was like, okay, yeah. I get that. Like, that's like, I have a fairly basic design. That's one of my charm points, is that I think a 4-year-old could draw me. Passenger this. Gallery. I can kind of see it. Oh, especially when he's got his thing on his thing. Yeah, it's mostly just because he's got this little like doohickey right here. He's not that, I don't know, this is not that bad, honestly, because it's just a white it's just like a white thing with the Rhodes Island jacket behind it. It's mostly this, and if you're including his weapon in it, that it gets complicated. This isn't that bad, I don't think. Layers past 2 can look very cool, unfortunately usually uncomfortable. Agreed. It depends on how thick the layer is, also, importantly. 999 character design. 999 character design kind of peak. 999, hold on, because like what, like 999 character design is just like dudes. Look, all I'm saying is Melty Blood type Lumina, or just Melty, type, what is it called? Tsukihime in general, kind of great character design. Because it's just people in like schoolwear or like Aoko Aozaki. Where is, here we go. It's so tiny. Peak character design. Shirt, jeans. That's it. She has striking red hair, and she occasionally carries the trunk around with her, the suitcase around with her, because that's, she's a drifter. She lives out of that thing, basically. But it's perfect. And then, like, you have the remake or Mahotsukai no Yoru designs where it's a little bit more complicated. That's fine, because at most it's just dress and boots. Like she's great, amazing character design, 10 out of 10. And also for reference, since we talked about 999, here are the 990 character designs. I think these are pretty good. They're all very simple. They're all very recognizable. It's just people in outfits. June's Zero over here is wearing a scarf and a purple dress, right? Santa's in white and black. They're all great. The 20s propaganda is working. I kind of want to license to own a gun solely so I can have a Tommy gun. I could be wrong, Dolly. I don't know how guns work in America. I probably should in some way, but I don't know if you're allowed to own a Tommy gun if you get a gun license. But also, you probably might be able to own a Tommy gun if you get a gun license. I would not be surprised, honestly. Don't tell me what to do, Ace. I was a model. Apologies. Look, I'm saying if you want the Ace fit, not if you want, not that that's the only way to do it, Aeon. And I think a lot of you can do a lot better than the Ace fit. I get warm in just 2 sometimes. But I'm cold-blooded, so I like having layers, ironically enough. So for somewhere that looks okay, I do normal layer 1 and then breathable layer 2, like linen. Yeah, that's smart. I also like that she subversely faces directly at the opponent in AACC. Oh, instead of like slightly like a little bit off. I get what you're saying, though. Elysium's Xmas skin is complete with all the jackets where they go. Oh, I know what you're talking about, because I have that skin. I like that skin a lot, but... Okay, we're gonna look at the skin and that's gonna be it. Yeah, oh, I really like the skin, but this is really complicated looking at it, actually, yeah. Like, there's a jacket here. It's here. He's got the white pants on. He's got this, like, scarf going around here. This layer here with another band here, which is getting his like, messenger notebook. With a bigger jacket outside of it. See, the thing that works, though, I would hate to draw this. But, just looking at it, it's really nice because the colors work. That's the important thing, Service Crew. You shouldn't take design advice from me unless you like my design advice, but the biggest thing is, as complicated as it is, it can look really nice if you do colors correctly. Because this is only really 3 colors. It's white, it's green, it's red. And it's mostly just white and red with green as an accent like here, here, here. Just like his hair, right? It's white, red, and then, I don't know, you can say his eyes are green or something, I don't know. It's such a mess, but it just works because the colors are so nice. It blends it in. Once was talking about Arknights characters that would be tough to cosplay, which overlaps with complex design a lot. Yes, it does. I always get afraid, or not afraid, that's definitely not the right word for it. It's always impressive when someone, like, puts in the effort to make a intricate cosplay design. And I get afraid the idea of if I wanted to cosplay that character, that would stink. The only time I've ever like cosplayed is for Halloween. And I cosplayed Soul Bad Guy, and I cosplayed as Koma Kishima. And I did very, very low budget versions of those. And even then, they have very, very simple character designs. Shoutouts to Koma Kishima over here, just for that. Why is he so tiny? Why is that a thumbnail image? Give me the, yeah, open image. Why are they all thumbnails? I think it's because, like, Google doesn't want you to get the full image unless you go to the site now. At least the way that I am using Google right now. But yeah, look, it's so simple. I dressed up as my main in Melty Blood at one point. It's just like, yeah, shirt, pants, gloves, aka I used hand wraps for it, and then just like a jacket on top of it. Extremely simple. And you gotta get the dogs out. I didn't have the dogs out, but oh, you guys can't even see it. Self-censoring feet right there. You guys can only see like the heel. Frank cosplayed a character whose voice actor got canceled the day of the event. Ooh! Oh my god. I really hope that like they got canceled later in the day, that they could like, you know, like I don't, like they didn't know, that hopefully no one at the event knew, and not like they got canceled at the morning of the event and they're just like looking at it on their phone knowing that everyone else saw it and they're just like, oh. Oh, just imagine being at that event and just everyone that walks up to you, you're just like, I didn't know. Oh, that's so painful. My condolences to your friend, Aeon. That's awful. Wait, what is Edward Elric? Did Edward Elric get canceled? Hold on. I don't think I want to know. And Cherny's weapon looked terrifying in cosplay. Oh, I don't even take into account weapons, Wisteria. Like, weapons are its own deal. You can argue that weapons are part of cosplay, which they are. But I think if you're running, I said this in relation to Silence, right? Where I was like, oh, this is Silence, and then I forgot that she wasn't wearing her weapon here. But if you dressed up like this, that alone is good enough. If you're bringing the weapon, I think you're going above and beyond. Unless the weapon's an integral part of their character design. So yeah, like weapons are, if you get the weapon as well, you get the bonus points. It kind of helps that the two characters I play, Soul has a weapon. Soul has a very iconic weapon, but Koma doesn't have a weapon, so that was really easy. Oh, I get you, Aeon. Wasn't it bad, but I remember a big Yu-Gi-Oh event where they announced ban lists in the middle of said event. What? What? That feels like a... I assume the event didn't then need to use the ban list. That just feels stupid. Like, that will happen where they'll do a ban list, like, before an event, like a week before an event. It's, like, a really tight deadline. But I feel like if you're in the event, they announce a ban list. Like, the event should be using the ban list that was at the beginning of the event, not switching throughout. And if they do switch it, that's on the event organizers. The event organizers should take the L on that if they did that. They had a ban list. Why the heck didn't they announce it before? Well, the ban list gets constantly updated. Or yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's the question, Aeon. I assume it's not like a nationals level event, or if it is, yeah, like what? You would think if it's nationals that Konami would have a much tighter hand on when that event happens and when the ban list happens. So I'd like to imagine it was just a really big local, or a really big, like, what, YCS? Is that what they're called? That's technically, that might be nationals. Either way, it should be a, you take the L on that. The event organizers take the L on that, and they don't even take the L on it. It shouldn't be their L to take. Just don't worry about the ban list. Do it for the next tournament. Mess up situation. Isn't that right, Silence? We can only provide information about her time at Rhine Lab, unless your government officially presses charges of espionage. Of course. I was just asking. Her application material was very comprehensive, with every shift in fieldwork experience documented meticulously. Here, it seems she even requested a field survey task for herself. collecting information about Yerg's geography concurrently with her scientific research. She has been a diligent researcher, highly rated at Rhine Lab, and a model student when she was at school. Such scientists are not usually involved in the kind of trouble that we currently face. Yet, at this point, we have no information or clue as to the whereabouts of Carolyn. Believe it or not, we are even more eager to find Carolyn than you are. There are many things at stake. Rhine Lab's reputation, the security of the research data, potential breach of our management system, the mutual trust and partnership between us, and Yereg's development. Are you speaking as a member of the Scientific Ethics Consensus Committee? Please don't misunderstand. Though it might sound a little condescending, I have the highest respect for what Carlin Trade is doing. After all, the courage to reach beyond one's comfort zone is the most important quality in a scientist. Not just in scientists. There is a saying in Yereg. Black burden beasts are bad burden beasts. They jump their fences and run into the snowfields. Herders who go into the fields following their tracks never return. They die. That's what go into the snowfields and never return usually means in Yereg. One by one, pages are reviewed and placed on the table. Carolyn's notes and actions turn into a tiny pile of papers. But where did the black burn beasts go? It's the same question in the end. Perhaps they led the herders into the mountains, getting lost in the forest and freezing to death at night. Another page is read and placed on the table. Or perhaps... Gnosis puts the last page down. White upon white, like snowflakes falling off frozen cliffs. They simply found a new source of water, a new haven. Can you at least tell me where exactly she carried out her fieldwork? Yo, what's up, LP? Welcome on in. Hi, hi. It was in the middle of a YCS. I just remember a lot of videos on said event parking lot reacting to the ban list. Oh, well, in that case, it's probably not like the event. It's unless the event organizers were acting ignorant, acting a fool. I imagine that's just people reacting to, like, imagine you're piloting a deck and then just being like, this is the last time I'll get to pilot this deck for, like, possibly years. Like, live in action. Like, when a ban list happens, from my understanding for Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the one that has, like, the active ban list. A ban list is basically, oh, this deck that I love, I don't get to play it again for possibly years, possibly ever. And to have that happen while you're actively playing the event at a high-level tournament, that's gonna mess you up. Yes! Ooh! Did anyone watch Strive at Evo Japan? Luckily for them, no one practiced it enough in time to be a problem for the one tournament before they patched it. Dang it! That was recently Wisteria. For those not in the know, Guilty Gear Strive, the newest iteration of Guilty Gear, they had their 2.0 update a little bit less than a month ago, I want to say. Maybe a month ago, exactly. And they made a lot of character changes in it, and one of the characters that got changed was Happy Chaos, a character that has consistently been like top 1 or top 2. And they nerfed him a lot, to my understanding. But like, I don't know if it was enough. I don't know, I haven't been tied in. At the very least, they tried to nerf him. And in nerfing him, they accidentally gave him an infinite block string. Which meant, if you blocked Happy Chaos and they were able to pull it off, and they had the health lead, you basically lost the round. And I assume you could get burst, and maybe you could burst out of the situation, but then you're at, like, Happy Chaos wants to be at max range anyway. So if you're bursting against Happy Chaos, he's usually going to be fine with it. Like, it's a bad situation to be in. Like, Infinites theoretically should not exist in modern games. But everyone has a soft spot for them, myself included. But like, yeah, Happy Chaos did not need that. And Evo Japan is the tournament that happened. It happened 2 weeks ago, I want to say, at this point, give or take. And they just let Happy Chaos, like, they didn't ban him, and they didn't, like, ban the Infinite or anything like that. But it was probably a mixture of no one could pull it off, and also no one probably want to be that guy. But, I was really hoping. I guess I would have seen a lot more of it if it did get pulled off. But, it would have been so, like, cathartic? I don't know if that's the word. It would have been so visceral to just watch someone get infinited in a game in big 2026. But I guess they already had H&K at that event, so... Game a new move that allowed it. If not for the Infinite, I think the consensus was he was considerably weaker. Okay. So they did end up getting the nerf out. Good. It just so happened that he accidentally got the Infinite block string in there, which kind of blew everything out of the water. I can't. The observation data are badly corrupted. I can't recover the original data from the port. Stacks of documents and mugs with dried coffee stains sit quietly on the table. An error tone signifies failure of the data restoration, causing their hearts to sink once more. There are ID records of all entries and exits, and no message left behind in the dorms or labs. The main security camera malfunctioned, while the two to the sides of the lab didn't capture anything. It seems like too much of a coincidence. Could Carolyn really have... No. Everyone else might assume she's a spy, but I can't let bias cloud my judgment. I already requested access permissions from Director Mulesice to get to the bottom of things. Knock knock! Who's been up all night? Director Mulesice! Surprised to see me? I hear you haven't been back to the dorms for 2 straight nights. You still searching for the data that disappeared? Yes. There is little doubt that the observation logs were altered, but we're not sure who did it, or why. There's reason to believe that the overwritten data hold a critical clue. But, never mind. I brought you a little snacky. Can't work on an empty stomach, after all. Thank you. What is this? You never had it? Yareg cheese pastries with sugar frosting and berry jam. It was all the rage at the station a while back. I heard people talking about it and had planned on trying it out the next time I went down the mountain for fondue. But I've been too busy investigating special energy sources unique to Yareg. Alina picks up a pastry. It's dried on the outside, but the cheese and jam inside remain moist after being heated. The sound of running water ceases, and Mulesice sits down by her side with 2 clean mugs in hand. Mind if I sip a cup of joe with you? A cup of joe? Not at all. Fresh coffee fills the mugs, drenching the air in its aroma. The sound of machines operating is clearly audible at this late hour. A massive window on the wall displays the stars in Yareg's night sky, deep and boundless as always. The atmosphere in the room relaxes. Elena lifts her mug after a moment of hesitation. Midnight coffee in the lab. Brings back memories. You used to stay up late too? Who doesn't in our line of work? Even when I was a student, I felt like I had more coffee than blood in my veins for finals. Looks like everyone's been there before. Working at night's more efficient, after all. Yeah, night is quiet. It makes it easier to focus. I used to write one paper while dictating the summary of another using an audio recorder when I was really busy. That way, I get to make progress on both at the same time. Crazy when I think back to it. Oh. Yeah! Audio recorder! Huh? Audio? Where are you going? Surveillance audio recordings. Surveillance camera. Credentials. Time is 3:19 a.m. There! Didn't you say the cameras didn't capture what was happening at the lab table? Yes, but it might have captured sound from the equipment. Listen to this. A lot of instruments operating. This ticking sound should be the audio sensor. This frequency that it plays back is directly connected to graphing. We can use this frequency to recreate... excuse me. Need a pen and paper? Here you go. Oh, thanks. This is really cool! Like, graphing out based on the sound of the dits and the dots. Pin tip rubs against paper. The time they spend around the instruments have made researchers intimately familiar with data. She enters the numbers that she copied down into the computer. Then... Ho ho! There. This is the hidden data. Let me take a look-see. Looks like a small earthquake occurred on Mount Carlin the morning of the day before the catastrophe. No. Not an earthquake. It was an impact of some kind. As if something fell from the sky into the mountains of Yerag. And then came Yerag's first catastrophe. Outside the wide windows of the observation station, the mountains of Yerag seemed to reflect a translucent blue under the moon. Did Carolyn go looking for this extraterrestrial object? But why would she do it all on her own? She's never abandoned her post like this. She must have found something. We might be able to find her if we figure out where that thing fell, which we can calculate from the wave frequency of the sound of impact. Director Mule Slice, the Vinebeak Court isn't about to investigate on our behalf. Strictly speaking, we shouldn't get any more involved in any of this stuff. The most we can do is report it to this component control. But Carolyn might be in danger. You know, that's not your job. You're not exactly close to Carolyn. Bluntly, whatever happens to her is none of your business. Mule Slice finishes her cold coffee in silence. Frantic at the bitter taste, she takes a piece of pastry and puts it in her mouth, speaking as she chews. Right. Sometimes, I kind of think the most important quality in a scientist is courage. Maybe even recklessness. You're a sharp kiddo. Got a knack for finding rhythm in music. Makes for a good dancer. I wouldn't want to tie you up. Gotta let you move around, free. You mean? This conversation never happened. Nobody tried to talk you out of it. Nobody told you what you can or can't do. As for this late night snack, you took it yourself from the shared fridge, didn't you? Oh, that's fun. I'm glad I got my Columbia stuff back. I was just saying that, like, there's no Columbia stuff. What's going on? Cool. Ooh. So what do you think, like, did it? I know the game heard me. Thank you, game. Rerun Utage skin. Rerun the Utage skin. Rerun the Utage skin. We'll see if that works. Surprised it's British. I just didn't think it was British. A Lonely Winter's Night. Part 2. This is really cool. So, Carolyn went searching for something that fell on the mountain. This is good intrigue to me. See, this is why I'm glad they didn't put Casimirs in, because if they did put Casimirs in, this would be far too much. Because this Columbia stuff is going off in a very different direction. It's going off in the direction of what's the scientific reasoning for the catastrophe happening. And then you have the Victorian stuff, and then you have the spiritual stuff. It's a Your Mama joke? What's the Your Mama joke? Explain it like I was 4. You've been tampering with the lock skin. You just won't give up, will you? Unfortunately, the area that the search parties are looking is at least 5 kilometers from here. Don't expect them to hear your distress signal. Munch! At least eat something. It's a Yar Mama. Hey, hey, hey. Malnutrition during the recovery process will increase the time needed for bones to mend by 20%, and the chance of complications by 35%. It's not my intention to hurt you or leave an outstanding warrior with a permanent disability. Cut the crap! I warn you, you better kill me now! I suppose that's an option. As I said, however, I have no intention of bringing harm to Yereg, and I certainly feel no need to take innocent Yereg lives. Besides, it was a miracle that we survived that avalanche at all. It was, in your people's words, Yeregander's protection, right? Shouldn't that be a sign to a faithful follower of Yeregander to value her own life? No intention of bringing harm to Yereg? You've been spying for the Victorians and stealing Yereg's military secrets. Such an unfair accusation. Do you really think a few battleships constitute Yereg's most important secret? A few? You speak of your god's blessings all the time, but have you really thought about what your god is? What are you talking about? Yergander is not to be questioned or doubted. That didn't resonate. Well, I guess the only reason I'm talking to you about this is because there's nothing to do here to pass the time. Ah, well, doesn't matter anyway. If you want to pass the time, I've got something to ask you. How did a Victorian spy work for Ryan Lab for so long? Why are you so sure that I'm a Victorian spy when I've been working at Ryan Lab for so long? Well, if you really want to hear it, I could tell you a little story. There was once a girl in Victoria who was incredibly fascinated to know how everything worked, and she wanted to spend her whole life studying. A dozen years later, she went to Columbia as visiting scholar from the Royal Victorian Academy of Sciences. It was not the research foundations of Victoria that found her, but an intelligence agency. From that day forth, the only thing she was allowed to be curious about was the secret documents of the Colombian government. But her curiosity was not so easily sated. As she dug through Colombia's secrets, she found an opportunity to satisfy the very depths of her curiosity. At the end of the day, though, there is little that separates Colombia and Victoria. People fight over the slightest morsel of profit. The order that took so much hard work to build is now teetering on the brink of ruinous war. Who has the time to gaze up at the heavens, or even down to the ground we stand on, of which we know so little about? I find it all a tedious bore. Kiwi! We gotta get the spray bottle for you, Kiwi. Early morning, Hall of Writings, Vinebead Court. Good thing the window isn't too high. Likely story, Kiwi. Where were you on Mother's Day? The clerics have gone to their morning prayers. The observation station is a sensitive topic right now. I need to avoid them. Maps, geographical records, anything that can help. The morning sun shines through the window and falls gently on the age books. Elena dusts off the book in front of her, but finds the writing of the clerics difficult to decipher. She begins to regret not bringing a dictionary of the Yuragi language. Yuragi? You know what, Kiwi? Fair. I'll take your mother's word for it. I'll take your word for it that you were with your mother. How do they categorize this stuff? This one's a collection of quotes. Yeregander showed herself to me and said, "Seek not my temple, but my heart." Elen lets go in a panic, and the heavy book hits the floor. Through the bookshelf, she sees a surprised face under a hood, and a crossbow pointed at her face. I think she's surrendering, Hinya. What do we do? Who is saying anything about surrendering? Wait a moment. Enya? Enya Silverash? You're the Sanctus. Shh. And yet, Elena nods in realization. Keep quiet, and we can talk, alright? Elena nods carefully. Put away your crossbow, Joanna. Let's not scare our friend here. But she sneaked into the Vinebead court. Doesn't seem like something a good person would do. Aren't they sneaking into the Vinebead court? Well, yeah. Well, we sneaked in too. You're a tire. Are you from Rhine Lab? Yes. I'm Elena, a researcher in the energy section. I'm sorry, I was just looking for a map of Yereg, preferably recording the locations of mountains and orogenium veins. If I could find that special vein, maybe I could... You could what? Elena glances at the young woman before her, who looks about the same age as her, while being the undisputed sovereign of this country. Elena is unsure if what she's about to say might offend her, but when she sees the pure curiosity on her face... Maybe I can explain how this catastrophe happened. Ah. You mean that Yerek has been safe from catastrophes for 1,000 years because of a hidden orogenium vein? Yes. There's an undiscovered orogenium vein in the mountains surrounding Yerek, which created an energy field that prevented catastrophes from forming. Oh, that's cool. That's a fun scientific explanation for it. Impossible. It's Yeregander that protects Yereg. Has anyone ever seen Yeregander with their own eyes? I have. Many people have witnessed the miracles of Yeregander with their own eyes. I respect your culture and traditions, but that doesn't prove anything. Just because you see something that can't be explained right now doesn't prove the existence of some supernatural being behind it. And how do you prove the veins have anything to do with it? The interactions between orogenium are extremely complex, and what we know is only the tip of the iceberg. Ryan Lab has conducted a number of experiments in recent years. Under certain conditions, orogenium can form energy fields that cause atmospheric orogenium particles to disperse rather than converge, preventing the formation of catastrophes. This is something that we have not yet been able to recreate under controlled conditions. But if an orogenium vein with the right conditions exists, then preventing catastrophe may be a real possibility. I've made detailed calculations. Excuse me, can I borrow this map? Elena takes out her notebook and shows it to the other two. She goes on a long explanation about the formulas as she draws on the page, not paying attention to whether her listeners are able to keep up. Finally, Elena confidently draws a circle at a location in the foothills on the map. Therefore, the orogenium vein theory is the most likely explanation for Yereg's lack of catastrophes. I'm quite sure that my calculations are accurate, and if we find an orogenium vein at this location, it would explain everything. Joanna's in a daze. She glances at Inya, hoping the Saintess will rebuke this blasphemy. But the Saintess is quiet, biting her lower lip lightly. Say something. I don't know what the hell she's saying. What she's writing. How do you explain the recent catastrophe, then? Based on the data, I suspect something from beyond the star pod fell on Mount Carlin the day before the catastrophe. Look, these are the data that the station observed the day before the catastrophe. These are infrasound waves created by the impact of the extraterrestrial object. Elena turns on her portable terminal, displaying a sharp break on the line graph. Hey, you can't reuse it. It was only cool the first time. This object must be massive in size and scale. I think the catastrophe was caused by it falling onto the central area of the vein, causing a shift in the energy field. There are reasons for all these things. It's not magic or the work of a god. Oh, she's gonna have egg on her face for the end of this event. Enya cannot comprehend what she is hearing. Her memory begins to blur, and she feels a sort of link being torn apart. Yar. A familiar voice belonging to a friend. A miracle, or a hallucination. She can't believe it. She must not. Fear and loneliness come over her, and it is all she could do to keep her arms from trembling. Say something, Enya. I can understand Elena's position. However, I recall a section of the Yarrigander. Her heart is the heart of Carlin, deep within the mountains. From the beating of her heart grew the flesh and bones of Yarrag. This is the description of the origins of Yarrag, as the scriptures record. We used to assume that the heart of Carlin was Lake Silvernairhez, which was why we built Yarrigander's statue there. In my studies these past several days, however, I found that the ancient tomes considered the freezing of the heart of Carlin to be an unusual phenomenon. But Lake Silvernairhez freezes every year. Sounds like a figure of speech. Don't interrupt the Saintess while she's thinking. Maybe the heart of Carlin actually refers to something else. The Great Elder guided me to the Radsorn, but it is in fact the heart of Carlin that holds the answer. You mentioned this central area of this special vein. Yes, I built a model based on the shape of Yarrig's mountains, and I calculated that the extraterrestrial object likely fell on this location. Isn't this the Yarrag Casimiras mines? Oh, Casimiras. Mines. Yes! Now it all makes sense. There's no time to waste. We need to go. One moment, foreigner. We didn't say anything about letting you around the Yarrag on your own, not to mention all the disrespect you've shown to Yarrigander. It's alright, Joanna. We don't force our faith onto others. Besides, we need to find the truth behind this catastrophe. We'll let her travel with us. Elena. Huh? While Enya and Joanna were talking, Elena put the books back on the shelf and now sits on the windowsill, waving at the other two. Actually, there's usually no one at the main entrance to the Hall of Writings. Aw, that's cute. Well, no one's inside the temple at that point. Cold moonlight pours through the dark clouds upon the decorations in Ratatos's room. Siras thought she could be afraid to see Ratatos's things. Thought she would be afraid to see Ratatos's things, but she feels so tired that she does not even have the strength for sorrow. She knows full well that she simply imitated Ratatos in dealing with the other clans a few days ago. But the more she tries, the more Ratatos's shadow lingers. Siras looks outside. It seems snow is once again falling on Browntail Land. She really pulled a smite me, oh mighty smiter. Look, Siras. Do this to the snowball, and it'll go even further when you throw it. Try it. I don't need you to teach me. I don't want to become you. I hate you. I hate everything you make me do. The echoes of memory are like the deafening roar of a mountain collapsing. She feels a lump in her chest. The dust-covered contracts and letters in the box bear witness to the development of Clan Browntail over the years. Siras examines the marks left behind by Ratatos on the family's business documents and finds, at the bottom of each page, where the name of the Browntail matriarch should be, Siras. Remember, Siras, I'm your older sister, and I'll become the leader of Clan Browntail, so you need to listen to me. Prove that you can do better if you're not happy about that. When that time comes, I hope you'll carry the future of Clan Browntail on your shoulders. Cirrus anxiously flips through the pages, but each and every document has her name on it. Until she reaches the bottom of the pile, that little box from her memory. The secret that belongs to the two of them. This holds all the things that I want to give you, but don't want the adults to see. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. A secret between the two of us. You and me. This is... a communicator. Cirrus gazes at the device in her hand, the dim light illuminating her hesitation. The final audio log. Oh. I thought it was gonna be like a walkie-talkie kind of communicator, not like a audio recorder kind of communicator. I got Carlin Trade's intel about the suspicious woman. I'm watching her all morning, and I think she's planning to make a run for it. This voice. It's Monch? Monch! Good. Keep a close eye on her. Don't let her get away or pass the documents to anyone else. Yes, ma'am. Carlin Trade says we need to be careful and not draw attention. Take her alive if possible. There are a lot of questions we need to ask her. Oh, this is when Monch is trying to track down Carolyn, then. I'll tell Incios to send help from Carlin Trade. Understood. I'll do my best. Be careful, and don't leave loose ends. Finally, there's an unanswered call from Carlin Trade. Call time yesterday. Carlin Trade. Cool. I was really expecting to be a walkie-talkie, and she was gonna like talk to her sister, and it'd be like the immediate reveal that like, oh, she's not dead. What would have been more insane is if instead of getting the Enya and Silver Ash altars, if Rathatos became a playable character. She dies here and then she comes back in the next event as a playable character instead of Monch. Alright. I think we got one more in us, so we're gonna do OS 6 Emerald before and after. It looks like Caster's back, baby. Looks like we're probably going back to the Silver Ash, to the Inciodes part of the story. How much longer? Patience, please, Mr. Bellingham. As you know, the Duke has been very busy lately, having to receive several guests each day. You should remember, sir, the last time I came here. So I'd like to ask, how has she been lately? Fairly pleasant for the most part. After all, the negotiations with the Casimirans have been nearing completion over the past few days. That's true, Kiwi, that's true. It'd be the third time? Because what would it be? Elena, and Civilite Eterna. As soon as she finishes speaking, a dejected gentleman strides past the Trobiasher. The Trobiasher recognizes him as Derek, head of the press office. Perhaps due to the recent wave of bad publicity, he wipes the sweat of brow with trembling hands. He wipes the sweat off his brow with trembling hands. And I suspect today is not one such day. Is that Bellingham outside? Let him in first. Don't keep him waiting. The butler nods and the Trobiasher hesitates for a moment before stepping into the room. Seated in the middle is the Duke of Castor, with a young noble standing at her side. I have another question. What kind of person is this Casimiran representative you met? He's a merchant, Your Grace. Casimiras. Tell him that, should he agree to my terms, I'm willing to lift some of the embargoes on industrial equipment. For them, there are many ways to obtain cheap minerals, and Yerg is hardly irreplaceable. I'll let him know that only Victoria can satisfy his technological and equipment needs, especially when it comes to Originium. No. You're a member of House Castor. These minutiae are best left to servants to convey, whereas we should always leave ourselves room to maneuver. The Casimirans know little about the resources we command, so why not let them exercise their imagination? Do you understand? No worries. I will guarantee that he will side with us. Forever honor your commitments. If you cannot, don't make them in the first place. That is the truth. That is true of the Casimiran representative. Even more so for me. You may leave. Yes. My apologies, Your Grace. Multiple spoils listing down the dead units. I mean, what would you be spoiling for me? I'm trying to think, like, what I've read that I actually plan to read that would actually be a spoiler. Because you can always do main story spoilers, that's fine. Unless you're gonna be like, oh my god, who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? Technically, it's the other way around, if we're talking, like, dead units that, like, just dead people that are still playable. Because Calcit's one. But she gets better. Who am I thinking of? Who's the orange? Not Croissant. Beagle. Beagle's technically one, allegedly, probably. Iblana. Oh, I said Elena. I meant Iblana. Yeah, Necras. Utaka dies in her opera. No, she doesn't. I do need to read her opera. Kyobe. Is Kyobe dead? Well, because is that an IS-1 air quote spoiler because she ate too many poison mushrooms? Kyobe's not dead. She turned into a triple-headed dog and wreaked havoc on Dungeon Meshi. Yeah, IS-1. That's what I thought. Too many mushrooms. She got isekai'd into Dungeon Meshi. Once again, you have to see me disciplining these good-for-nothing whelps. Belly. I thank your grace for the trust you have placed in me. Let's not waste time on small talk. I trust you saw the gentleman who left earlier, yes? If I'm not mistaken, that was a certain Derek, the man in charge of news and public opinion. He should have reported to me that the negative press beat about Yerg or Victoria was under control. He was instead quite profuse with his complaints, going on and on about how he couldn't do it, that it would take too long to communicate with the film crew, that he wanted to trouble me to watch the footage they sent back. If he feels like he hasn't been given enough time, he should have known that my patience has its limits too. So, do you have any good news for me, Belly? Yes, Your Grace. Our informant at the Rhine Observatory provided very accurate intel indeed. There's something highly suspicious about the mining site in which Yerg is working with Casimiras. Following the clues she provided, my men successfully infiltrated the site and obtained these data tables. Just point out the highlights. Please look at this section, and the subsequent section on the next page. The former represents the mine's daily output, whereas the latter represents the purchase volume or export volume. Finally, the last page is the mine's financial report. Pay particular attention to the net profitability figure. For example, in the last 2 months. You, but she had an event. She was in the first Gavial event, the Great Chief Returns, wasn't she? As long as she gets the one. The difference is massive. The mining site has been operating at a loss, and the greater the extraction, the greater the losses. Exactly. We even found this mine import record. Please, take a look. A large mining site that needs to separately import this very same minerals. Therefore, I believe this confirms the earlier theory. Oh, it's not a mine site. That's where they're building the battleship. Never mind. I thought this was going to be about the Originium getting funky, but no, this is about them building battleships. This so-called joint mining project is actually Carlin Trade's arsenal in disguise. Yeah, okay. Caught it one line before the reveal. And this is the trump card that has been flipped over, sitting right there in a mining site shared jointly with a foreign company. Which is why our agents, including myself, initially overlooked this area. It's hard to imagine that anyone could stomach such a risk. Placing a piece in what normally would be a blind spot, it's very much his style. However, you're still one move behind, Belly. As difficult as it is to admit, when Wellington made his move, it became imperative for us to strengthen ourselves. Given these circumstances, Yerg is a valuable asset. I will not accept a lose-lose scenario. We must ensure that Inciod's military preparations do not catch us flat-footed. Only by knowing what his trump card exactly is can we properly plan against Yerg in advance. Your Grace, if you wish to confront the Duke of Wellington, bringing Yerg under the control of House Castor, as well as seizing their manpower and resources, is of utmost priority. I personally believe that we should conduct a comprehensive survey of this mining site. I believe the Casimirans will accept your terms, and it's only a matter of time until they withdraw from Yerg. As soon as we take control of this mining area, I will send our envoys there immediately. Why not act before the paperwork is officially signed? We cannot give Carlin Trade the time to cover their tracks. So, under the buyer's name, look for another excuse through the Vinebeat Court. Even if they suspect that something is amiss with the Casimirans, a hasty retreat would inevitably leave traces behind. The Vinebeat Court is ultimately an expendable asset. Due to your previous botched job, there is no way Inciodes would not have his eye on them. Then, we'll squeeze every last drop of value from the Vinebeat Court before Inciodes makes his move. Is that truly the missing step, Belly? Be more economical and think it through some more. The current Great Elder has consistently turned down my goodwill, and given the inability to mobilize the full strength of the Vinebeat Court, we must be more careful when assessing the feasibility of this plan. Shouldn't it be like, not accessing, it should be assessing. It's assessing the feasibility of this plan. Yet, Your Grace, he did not stop us from infiltrating the lower and middle ranks either. Perhaps this is the Vinebeat Court's persistent arrogance, right for us to take advantage. Perhaps the allure of overthrowing Inciodes will prove to be a gift too irresistible for Yerg's religious figures. So, do you intend to? You're free to move the pawns inside the Vinebeat Court as you please, but you must find out exactly what is going on within the mining site. Let us wait to see how Inciodes reacts. He might just give us another reason to get involved in Yerag. Yes, Your Grace. Right. I'd like you to do me a favor. Derek left some odds and ends behind. Go ahead and take them with you. When it comes to our dealings with foreign nations, we always have some journalist friends who make too much noise. Heard ass, my head swiveled. You do need some more coffee. I mean, in fairness, I did kind of say it. Because I was like, excess, at like, because it was hard to say words. Because I was like, that's not the word. I'm looking for assess. And so I was like, blah, blah, blah. Can I set the camera up right here? Thank you. Let's get started if you're ready. Venerable Great Elder Adso, thank you so much for agreeing to this interview. I sincerely hope you're willing to answer a few of my questions, as well as those of the countless others who want to know more about Yereg. First, I'd like to ask about something that many around Yereg have been curious about recently. The people of Yereg broadly believe that Yereg protects this land. In your opinion, how would you explain the catastrophe? Does this mean that Yereg has lost its divine protection? That is correct. Yergander indeed watches over this land. However, she is not a tyrant who imposes harsh decrees, but rather a patient mentor and a guiding hand. Her protection of Yereg is not as straightforward as many would imagine. Her knowledge of the true way of life runs deep, and so she taught the people of Yereg to live in this land filled with calamity and devoid of thought. Thus, the people of Yereg came to have a soul, and the many calamities no longer disturb them. Even so, I'm still very curious as to how a god who never reveals its true form, nor has performed any miracles as proof of its divinity, can earn a people's faith. This belief seems to lack any grounding in evidence. Guessed from afar, I can see that you hide your arrogance behind polite words. Was that polite? It was... You try to reduce Yereg's beliefs into a most basic form of logic, which you then criticize in an attempt to extol your own correctness and wisdom. Please believe me, that was not my intent. It's fine. Don't worry. Then, may I ask you a question first? In your opinion, what kind of principles do the Victorians, who observe no religion, follow in their lives? Oh, that's a simple answer. Victoria has her own laws. Who drafted these laws? And who granted them the authority to do so? If you're asking about the legitimacy of the Victorian regime, we need only look back at history to answer that question. The land was originally occupied by the Dracos until about 300 years ago, when Aslans from Sargon launched a rebellion in Victoria, ultimately seizing control of the country. Then, I take it that, in your view, might makes right. Aslans are strong and therefore righteous. Dracos are weak and therefore unjust. This so-called justice shifts just as easily as the balance of power in war. By the same logic, the devils of Kazdel should feel no shame or remorse about invading the lands of other nations, their only sin being that they fell one step short of ultimate victory. It's a patently absurd conclusion. Of course. I doubt that any regime would hinge its legitimacy upon violence, because they know all too well that violence will inevitably be undone by greater violence. Nothing can remain young and mighty forever, neither people nor governments. Therefore, they must be compassionate, in hope that the same compassion will be afforded to them when they are weak. So, let us return to that question. Why do the legal principles we take for granted, or rather, the virtues prevalent across the different civilizations sharing this land, exist in the first place? To where should we direct our questions? Do we possess the sublimity inherent to being human? Are our lives innately meaningful? Apologies, but I'm not well versed in these subjects of philosophical speculation. May I ask, what's the point of these questions that seem so far removed from our daily lives? You mentioned life. In fact, as long as you seriously reflect upon your own life, you will very easily find that there is nobody on this great land who is entirely devoid of faith. People always choose to place their faith in something, be it money, violence, knowledge, fame, philanthropy, or pleasure. If a person genuinely believes that nothing is inherently true, then he will quickly find himself akin to a puppet with its strings cut, unable to move at all. The followers of Yeragander seek the eternal solace of the mind by questioning ourselves and seeking out the traces of her existence. An interesting thought indeed. This seems quite different from the common perceptions floating around Yereg. Please, tell me. What was your perception of Yereg before you witnessed the human tragedy caused by catastrophe? The last pure land on Terra. A sanctuary protected by the gods. A land of simple and kind, poor but happy people. You're quite well versed in these touristy catchphrases. It was your people who discovered and abused the power of Originium, which ruined everything. You know that countless people drowned beneath the waves you stirred. And it is this guilt that led your people to weave your illusions into the fantasy of Yereg. A paradise where one can reap the benefits of Originium with none of the costs. You imagine purity because you know filth. Innocence because you know deception. Magnanimity because you know opportunism. Piety because you know nihilism. How then can you see the farmers who've left their homeland behind? The craftsmen whose unfinished goods pile up like a mountain, and the hunters who return home empty-handed. You might even deny the existence of these people so that you may feel at ease when you swallow the blood and sweat of savages to purify your souls. As an investigative journalist, it's my responsibility to spread the truth, and I'm hardly the only Victorian who cares about the truth regarding Yerag. Young lady, you promised to spread the truth about Yerag across the lands, yet your lenses are pointed at those who are more lost, more deserving of pity. Do you think we should call this the truth, or simply a fable? I must admit, your questions have left me chagrined. Be my colleagues or myself, it's hard to set down our morbid curiosity as onlookers. All you need to know is that Yerig's belongings are not playthings sitting behind the glass of a Victorian shop. Yerig does not, and will not, need anyone's pity or charity. Yerig will always be the people of Yeragander, the home of the Yerag people. Alright, I think I'm convinced now. So, in your opinion, this catastrophe will not shake the people's faith in Yeragander. To be honest, Yerig's faith is undergoing a serious test. I cannot deny that this catastrophe has sown the seeds of darkness in the hearts of the people, causing them to gradually turn to violence and selfishness, abandoning many of their former virtues. But was all of this due to a catastrophe? A seed cannot germinate without the proper soil. The current turmoil in Yerag only proves that people's beliefs had already changed long before catastrophe itself. And the cause of all this is Inciotes. Oh! Are you referring to Mr. Inciote Silverash, the chairman of Carlin Trade? For thousands of years, Yerrig has been spared from catastrophe by our audience, by our adherence to the order laid down by our god. However, the Vinebeak Court is not the rigidly conservative institution that outsiders think. Even in the era before power was restored to the three clans, records in the Vinebeak Court's Hall of Writings confirm that the court was involved in, and sometimes even instrumental to, the vast majority of changes across Yerrig's history. However, we simply remind ourselves constantly of the wisdom and virtues she taught us, ensuring that each step we take does not become counterproductive. And this order formed through the Vinebeak Court has proven its reliability and stability over the years. Yet, when you don your skis and snowboards and zoom down our snow-capped peaks, how often do you turn back to look at those who lack the condition and ability to keep up? No matter how much you might want to turn back and wait, The falling snow will obstruct your view until the exhilaration carried upon the wind engulfs your very thought. You believe that Yarrig's current reforms are too radical. Therefore, if anyone can be held responsible for the current state of Yarrig, it can only be Enciots. So, as an elder of the Vinebeak Court, are you planning to make any changes in response to this situation? No. I won't lightly say that I'll be making any changes myself. I simply believe that, for thousands of years, the enemies of Yarrigander have all vanished into the snowdrifts of history. How is there still more? I hate this. Oh my... No, and they're putting music in. It's not going to be like a one and done. Oh, I hate this so much. This event goes on just a little bit too long, I think. I think that's a really good scene. That should have been like its own node, effectively. Or maybe like that. I assume that they're just like... I hope this is like a small scene where it's just they're reacting to like seeing it on the TV or something like that. But that's a really good scene, but it gets overblown because... Or it gets like muddled because you have the stuff with... Duke of Castor at the beginning. Now you're gonna have like this at the end, maybe. I like that a lot. I agree, Kiwi. I kind of wish that was its own thing, but I see where Otso's coming from, and I kind of like what they're doing with him. Welcome back, by the way, Dolly. Had a coffee fit so bad I thought I was gonna hack it along. I agree with Ben, by the way. Go drink some water or some good some probiotic sparkling water. Yeah, that works too. Probably. It's probiotic, so that's probably a good thing. I don't know what the sparkling does necessarily, but the probiotic is probably good. Invest in ginger tea? Pacing. Yeah, the pacing. It's the pacing. That's always like Arknight's biggest issue. IMO is the pacing. Like it's again, I really like what they're doing in the main story right now, where the pacing is the pacing in the main story is super good. And in the events, at least in this event, I know this is like a big like culminating event theoretically, but they just overstep it. This is a food analogy. Apologies for my Americanisms, but hold on. Yes. This might work. This image might work to explain my analogy that I want to make. Actually, will this work? No, Can I find a better version of this? Yes. This isn't the best one because I want one more version of this, but this kind of gets the job done. Open image in new tab. Okay. This is Arknights. Arknights has a lot of different types of events. And when they try to do these bottom two ones, I think they kind of stink. Right now, the main story is hitting like here, maybe here, but I think it's actually hitting like the traditional Oreo, and that's great. The thins are like very small. Low key, I think I like the thins the most out of all the Oreos, so I think that is also bias on me. Like I'm using an Oreo as the illusion because it's also I'm really biased for it. But it feels like Arknights tries to do the bottom two and a lot of stuff, and I really wish they would do more of like these two. Like don't overstuff it. What I was actually looking for though, I wasn't looking for these. I was trying to look for Is this actually even a thing? Okay, no, this is not real. Is this? I don't think this is real. I don't think it's ever been real, but I always see this and it looks really funny and I kind of want it to be real. So, again, like we're looking at, these are the Arknights. These are how like they can do Arknight's story. Imagine an Oreo. And Arknights I think is at its best when it's doing like something in the top row, and it's at its worst when it's doing something in the bottom row. Because there's like, the bottom row is still an Oreo, and it's still good, but it's just like, that's far too much stuffing for me, and it kind of ruins the appeal of the Oreo. Whereas like a thin or a classic Oreo or even a double stuff, they have a good ratio of everything together. Now, if they I don't know how this fits into the analogy, but I want Arknights stories to get to this part where you can pick. I guess this is just I like stories that allow you to do this, or I like games that allow you to do this, where you can choose how much stuffing you get. This is not real. I thought this was real because I was talking with someone about this the other week. This is not real. This is like a goofy little joke thing, where it's nothing but the plain cookies on either side, and it's the stuffing in the middle. So you can make your own stuff. If you want one giant cookie with all the stuffing in there, fine. If you want a bunch of smaller stuffed cookies, also fine. I think someone who did this was they just took all these, ripped it out, and just stuffed it all in the middle here, and it's just really funny. It's a very funny image to me. It's the Morio. This is what I would love in Arknights or in games, where it gives you your own cookies and it says how much stuffing do you want in it. Because then I can reasonably go for like this level, and people that really want all the overstuffing, they can go for here. And the game kind of does that in a way. I guess this is moving on from me complaining about the pacing of the story to just the overall way the Arknights works, or the way that some gacha games work. And I'm picking gacha games specifically because they're the ones that always have like more and more story. Shout out to single player games that have definitive endings. You're my favorite genre of game, by far. But I like it when a game, like it, or even single player games have this as well, but I usually get a lot more into single player games. But gacha games are like the #1 culprit for this. What I'm saying here is for I'm switching analogy. I'm switching to what I'm talking about now, so apologies, but this is kind of how I like when games work, when you get to choose how much stuff you have inside. And the way I say that is, it's not the events themselves, but the overall structure of Arknights. You have events that you can interact with. You have operator records. You have modules with lore. You have lore hidden within special game modes. And that's really cool. But like, you get to choose how much of that you interact with. Like, I don't really read operator records. I only read modules if I care about the operator for it. And so because of that, I can make a very thin Ori if I want to. But it gives you the opportunity, if you are someone that's like, I need everything. This is my hyperfixation for the rest of my life. You can go for the most stuff. So I like that. But the thing, I think what I found what I'm getting at. Because the initial structure of the game is like this, because you can interact with it at any level, I think I like it the most when you do get this at your basic level, because then if you want to add more, you can. But when this is where your events are, it's really hard to go backwards from there. So what I'm saying is, I want events that have those extra like bits of lore. You know, I think the Syracuse event did it the best, and I like Syracuse, so again, I'm really biased there. But no, not Syracuse. I mean, Syracuse did it well as well, but Lone Trail, not to be continued. I think that's completely different. I mean, and this is tough because they aren't in the archives, but we're in Lone Trail, where you could like get newspaper articles on like lore, that where it doesn't clog up the main story, but it's there for someone who wants to dive in deeper. And I wish they had more of that. And like when they put the events in the archives, that you're able to access them easily. So then if you do want to go more in depth, you can. Like, I'm gonna be real, that scene with Caster, you could probably cut that. You could just have like Caster on the phone on a serious real talk right now. that scene with Castor and the Trilby Asher, you can condense that down to a scene of, I assume later on, the Trilby Asher is going to be like in front of the mine, and he's going to be like, I'm going into the mine. You could literally cut that down to just the Trilby Asher just calling the Duke of Castor on like a walkie-talkie and being like, I'm here, and she just says, don't fail me, we know what's going on here, and like do it in like 2 lines as opposed to that entire drawn-out scene. And again, this is, I have to say this, I do actually like when things are slow and take their time, but it's, you gotta get the right, amount of taking your time as opposed to just stuffing it up. Yeah, a little bit. Like, when your events kind of look like this, it's really hard to get accessible, especially for, like, a new player. Again, this is not really, like, a new player event, necessarily. But maybe it was for someone. Maybe someone's like, I like NCOs, I like Inya, so I'm gonna start playing now, and they get hit with the most stuff. It wasn't, this could be an emo cutscene. And, like, the good stuff, the actual, like, the double stuff, that was the Anzo scene. That was really good. But the Anzo scene is stuffed in like so much more, it could be any, like it gets blown out, it gets diluted because it's not the end of the node. And it's also not the beginning of the node. It's just lost in the middle of the node. What's up, Monster? Welcome in. Hi, hi. I've never eaten a fried Oreo before, which is surprising given that I live in the Midwest. But I don't know, I just don't really go to fairs. And also when I go to fairs and they have fried Oreos, I just think, why would I want that? I'm a funnel cake guy. Funnel cake is great. I have not had a funnel cake in like years, but like, you guys want to go get funnel cake? Lone Trail is s'morios. What are s'morios? Are they Morios, but like with graham crackers? What is this? I feel like I should know what a s'morio is. Morios is all of Arknights, but they only sell it as the others. Yes, kind of, yes. Like, Morios is all of Arknights, and then you just, like, pick the... Really, all of Arknights is Morios, but instead of Morios, it's just a smorgasbord. It's like a taster tester of, there's a few thins, there's a few normals, there's a few double stuffs, and it's like, which ones do you want? And it's like, well, I kind of need all of them, but I kind of wish I was able to, like, do it in my own way, like a Morio. Arknights does have that in like every other event, but it's usually not in-game. It's in Twitter or only in YouTube, etc. Oh, I guess. But I'm saying, I guess in that case, Ben, I wish they moved more of it to that. Or there's also the problem with server-exclusive extras, like Korea has an extra song, for example. I mean, that's whatever. That's fine. Because, like, if you want to go that deep, you can go and enjoy it. That's like, to me, that's like Guilty Gear XX, Accent Core, plus R, possibly, I believe. They had Korean soundtracks as well, which is really cool. That's just like a fun little thing. That's not necessarily a negative. That's fun. It's like, it's a bonus. It's an extra. And I wish they had more extras. Like, this is the capitalist in me speaking. You can cut out so much of this fat and turn it into bonuses. But, like, I'm not saying you have to buy the bonus. I'm saying give those out for free, obviously. And that's where the anti-capitalist in me is coming out. But I like crumb cakes more. What's a crumb cake? Oh! This is really disgusting, Dahlia, and so I apologize for this. This reminds me of that one episode of Codename Kids Next Door with with Pink Eye. This is a crumb cake for anyone that didn't know what one was, and this is legit just this is really disgusting. I'm gonna give a warning when I put this up. I guess you don't really see anything, but no, it's just straight up. It is that. Oh my god, that's a disgusting episode of Codename Kids Next Door. For anyone that's not in the know, Codename Kids Next Door is an animated children's cartoon that ran when I was a young boy in the early 2000s. And one of the episodes involved kids getting pink eye, and it was the evil organization's plan to give kids pink eye, and they would then scrape off the pink eye gunk and turn it into cakes that they would then sell to the kids. Disgusting. Yes, number 2 was, because I know that because I saw it when I Googled it just now. It's awful. Also, what's up, Asma? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Mini story nodes could do with some splitting up, at least. 3 scenes in 3 different places following 3 different plot leads do not need to share a node. Yes! Yes, Asmo! Yes! I think that... it would help it a lot. Cause in a way, if you think back to like the main story, which I love glazing, the main story is like over like 18 nodes or something along like that, possibly even more. But these are always at maximum 10 nodes because of the way events are structured out. And I get that because you want the final node to be like the boss and you don't want too many nodes in your event. They could do stuff like putting dialogue nodes in the EXs. They haven't done that in a while, but they did it a few times. I'm pretty sure Arknights Memoir and Code of Brawl do that. I kind of wish they did that a little bit more. I think that'd be fun to put like extra stuff in the EX stages. And I know they can't stretch out the main event stages more than like 10 or 12 because I think that just might like mess up the pacing of the, like there's some balance that goes into like only having like 8 to 10 stages in an event, I imagine. So they don't want to do that. But yes, I fully agree with that as well, Asmo. They just gotta cut the fat. Get someone in there to just cut the fat out and just move the fat around a little bit. Could be broken with gameplay saying more a little bit. It's, I mean, in a way, yes. But it... Because, like, yeah, if you took this event and spread it over 18 nodes, the pacing would be better, but it's still really long. But maybe that's all it needs. Maybe it just needs the pacing to be better, and I wouldn't think it's that long, right? It's, I always talk about, like, if your event, like, if it takes me, like, over 30 minutes to read this out loud, and again, I'm a slow reader because I'm voice acting and I flub up my words and everything like that. But if it takes me like more than 30 minutes to read like 1/2 of a node, not even the whole node, just 1/2 of the node, I think that's far too much. A candy watch party? No. That would be kind of fun. That'd be kind of cute, but no. I feel like that doesn't... That's like a cute idea, but there are so many things that I think represent me better and work thematically. But I like the sentiment. Okay. Now then, let's get back to this node. See, what we did there, Service Crew, is we broke up the node via talking about the node. So we didn't have to sit here for another, like, 20 minutes reading this out. Using your noodle, Service Crew. And also, you know the worst part about this? This is only the before node. We might, depending on how long this goes, we might not do the afternoon. We might save that for next time. It's like watching 3 to 4 hours movie if the pacing is good. Yes, yes, Kiwi. Because, like, you can sit, some movies you sit through and you're like, that felt like 5 hours. And it's a 1 hour and a half movie. And there are some movies where it's like, oh, I wish there was more. And that was like a 4-hour movie. It's, so, a little bit, yeah. Yes, that'd be really good, Kiwi. It's not that bad because you can just like skip forward through it. Like I get it though. I get what you're saying. It's definitely not bad, but it would be kind of neat. Low key, I think what they need actually is a how far through the reading are you that you can like pull up if you need to, and just be like, how much more of this reading note is left? How about doing it yourself as an experiment, just stop reading now, for example? No, well, not now, but like next time. I mean, what do you mean just stop reading now? I feel like that doesn't save anything. Us breaking it up with conversation, I think, is the best way to describe like doing it, for example. The registration documents are all here. Please make sure this envelope makes its way to Mr. Edelweiss at Carlin Trade. You just finished the scene, now you're entering a new scene, so just stop now. No, because we need to make progress too. Because the issue isn't that I want to stop the scene. It's not that I think that Atsu's scene is so good I want to stop there. It's a more pervasive issue, and it's something that Like, it doesn't really matter now because the way that we're reading it. Because... It's such a more pervasive issue that it's the way that it's framed. And like, if I were to go and like rip out a painting out of its framing and then reframe myself, I feel like, yeah, I guess that works. I don't know, it's like a modding thing in a way. This is how the devs intended me to do it, and so I'm just gonna complain about how the devs intended me to do it. Because there are times that I do that in, like, Game of Thrones. I don't watch the entire 1 hour episode and just stop when the scene changes. That's fair. I mean, that's more for so, like... For me, I do that with, like, certain longer things as well. And that's more of a necessity of, like, I have other things to do in my life. And in the overall, yeah, I guess you can do that with Arknights, but it's nicer... Because Arknights has delineated start and stop points on their nose, and it's just like, I wish there were more of those. Doing that within a 1 hour Game of Thrones episode works because it's already an hour long, and that's a fairly long time commitment. But the thing with Arknights nodes is you don't know how long they are. There are some Arknights nodes that are like 5 minutes and you're done, and there are other ones that are like an hour long. I think, high key, what Kiwi said that I transitioned into like having a progress bar, that would be sick. Or like if I hold like one of these buttons, like there's a third one that just pulls up a progress to tell you how long you're done. That would be great. I digress. We don't need to worry about that anymore right now. Don't worry. Or no, mail carrier. Don't worry. We were established by Carlin Trade and know Mr. Eloise very well. There won't be any mistakes. Glad to hear it. Elena turns her head somewhat nervously. After the catastrophe, the people of Yereg have largely preferred to remain at home, with one exception, the market. Hundreds of people crowded together in residential areas, temples, stores, and street stalls, the sorrow on their faces matching the gloomy weather. At the far end of the market, Joanna is gesturing to her with her hands, her mouth open as if beckoning for her to come quickly. Be right there. Gotta keep a low profile. Elena lowers her head and turns her face away, hurrying away against the flow of pedestrians. Countless Yerg people brush past her, while another Rhine Lab employee squeezes into the crowd and follows the current. Why should we choose the most crowded place? People are forced to gather here in order to barter for necessities or to receive relief supplies. That they suppress their fear is a fact worn on their sleeves, many of them showing up in naught but simple local attire. Carolyn instinctively pulls her coat in tighter, walking past the men and women until she stops at the entrance to a quiet little temple. She leans against the doorframe, its paint worn and peeling, and hesitantly turns her head to look around, searching for someone else who also has an appointment. Damn it. The bell already rang. All I wanted was to find a place to continue my research. Why am I stuck doing this kind of work? She pounds the wall next to her angrily, until suddenly a hoarse question reaches her ears. Oh, lost lady. Why do you treat the property of Yergadner in such a manner? I'm sorry. How should I make amends? There's no need for that. Set everything down and come with me. Should it be agreeable to you, please rest in the courtyard. I shall explain the profundity of the scriptures to you, so as to soothe your restless heart. The old man unlocks the temple gate, and Carolyn pauses apprehensively to look around before stepping inside. The devotee then follows her in and shuts the gate again. You're the one they mentioned. The one who can bring me out. Choosing to meet up here is incredibly risky, is it not? People are undoubtedly going to be anxious in the aftermath of a catastrophe. Wandering around in sparsely populated, open areas is only going to invite more suspicion. Let's get down to business. We don't have time to waste. Have you acquired all the intel? I have, but it's not meant for you. The Duke of Castor's men promised that once they took over the mine, I would be able to leave Yerrig via the internal railway. I don't know what they told you, but now's the time for you to do your part. The mine is currently in the handover period. Once the Victorians have finished their inspection, I will take you there to meet them. I ask your patience, madam. It is a precious virtue indeed. I hope this is the last time. Did you hear that? Hear what? Sounded a bit like thunder. Strange. Seemed to come from the mountains. And also... What's this? The tip of my nose feels all chilly. Huh? That's weird. Why is it snowing again? We're in the middle of the snowy season. What's so strange about it? No, that can't be. Even at this time of year, there are always signs before it starts snowing. Are they gonna be in a catastrophe? The girl lifts her head. Her expression suddenly turns serious. It's snowing, but it doesn't smell like snow. It's very strange. An old man once said that the snow only loses its scent when something truly terrible is about to happen. Is yet again they're warning us again. Divine will is less important than how heavy the snowfall is going to be, and how it will threaten our safety. As for your scent of snow you mentioned, the air temperature and humidity change before it snows, which may give off the illusion of a peculiar scent. But to treat this as some way of gauging the weather, or even as a divination of some sort is, well, I frankly don't think it makes any sense. No. The scent of snow is the scent of snow, not some other smell. Yet again there has given hunters a keen sense of smell and eyes that can see in the dark. On the snowfields we know much more than you do. Okay then. I don't mean to question your personal experience, but I still have to act according to my own experience. As Elena speaks, she sets up the observation equipment and begins to carefully record the data. The girl pouts discontentedly, looking at the device with a distinctively old-fashioned Yerrick look. The lump of metal yours has been beeping this entire time, and it's heavy too. We would have gotten here way sooner without having to lug it around. But it's how we can make sure that every step we take is safe and secure. After a catastrophe, we must be extremely cautious inside Originium zones. A sudden gust of wind rises, causing Elena to stumble, but Joanna catches her from behind just in the nick of time. Thanks. The chilly snowflake-laced wind sweeps over them, and all other noise ceases, save for the whistling wind and its sharp, biting cold. How did the temperature drop so sharply all of a sudden? Is this... I know of a deserted village up ahead. Let's head over there and find a house to shelter in. Inya, who's been lagging behind the group because she was flipping through her notebook, steps in between the two. She stretches her palms out, her fingertips only slightly reddened from the cold. Come, take my hand. The fresh snow is too slippery, and the terrain here is steep as well. It'd be terrible if someone slipped and fell here. Huh? You're both hesitating. Do you not want to hold my hands? Inya, I mean, Your Holiness, No, thank you. One hand extends forward. I'm just doing this for Her Holiness. Joanna turns her head away, but nevertheless places her hand within Inya's. Thankfully, the temple is in a much better state than the other buildings because there still are people who come by occasionally to do repairs. The three shake off the thick snow from their cloaks. They arrive at the village only briefly before the snow starts to come down heavily, fluttering down like feathers. You two, go ahead and rest. I'll see if the fireplace here can still be lit. You can usually find a small woodshed behind the village temple. I'll go take a look. Need my help? I'm good. Didn't you say you were going to do the weather forecast? Just go do your thing. I've already set it up. The measuring device will automatically gather data from our surrounding area, so I can help you carry... I told you I'm good. Don't follow me. Before Elena can even stand up, Joanna already manages to feel out the small door behind the temple statue with practiced ease. The layout of any Yerrig monastery is more or less the same. The girl rushes out back, and the door slams loudly behind her. Did I do something to upset her? Maybe just a little, but not that much. Don't worry about it. Joanna is a kind girl. Even when she's grumpy, she still wants you to be warm. Just like not long ago when she protected me from assassins, even though she despises me. However, for many of Yerrig's villagers, your thoughts and words can't hurt them, even if they are without malice. I'm sorry. I was too rash. That's not your fault, nor is it the fault of Yerrig's people. If anything is at fault, perhaps it is simply your differences. Any sort of communication between people is about these differences. Even partners who work together in the lab, sharing the same ideas and goals, can still have disagreements. Which is why communication and understanding between people is so precious. Inya folds her cloak and puts it aside. Point to a snowflake on it that has yet to melted. Inya folds her cloak and puts it aside, pointing to a snowflake on it that has not yet melted. Oh, look at that. A snowflake. The people of Yerrick sometimes use snowflakes that have not melted upon stepping indoors as a form of divination. These unbroken branch-like snowflakes are a sign that our journey will be smooth. According to folklore, the snow is a messenger protected by Yerrigander, carrying important truths and omens. It can predict the harvest, the hunt, the craftsman hammer fall, and even quarrels between friends and lovers. Some may even say this iconic tree-like hexagonal snowflake is, with well-defined branches, is a sign of good fortune, but others just as easily see it within it a broken connection, an omen of disaster. And so, regardless of what happens in the end, the fortune teller always has something to say. Worst case scenario, they always say, the diviner you met was just bad. The moment of the stars had already revealed the truth long ago, and use that to defend their authority. You also seem quite knowledgeable about divination, Elena. Adios, Ben. See ya. You could say I've had some run-ins with them due to family circumstances. In any case, most divination has nothing to do with revealing the truth. It's just a form of self-delusion and sophistry. A place where no people wishes to go. A place where no people wish to go has no roads leading to it. If a problem does not exist, there will be no solution created to resolve it. Fate is a fickle thing. Just as your science should acknowledge there are many things on this land that cannot be controlled or predicted. On this great land, we are but a tiny people trying to grasp a glimmer of the prophetic and the true. Is this so different from the origin of scientific discovery? Knowledge is what makes people feel safe and allows them to face an unreasonably uncertain future. In a sense, coincidence, probability, and fate are all the same concept. Fate falls on many just as this snowflake has fallen on my cloak. I get it. Even placebos can be an efficacious type of medicine. Efficacious? But I've also seen many things in modern Yereg. In the past, I always tried to see such strong beliefs as a kind of cultural phenomenon. A ritual, a projection, a form of comfort seeking. But what exactly are they to you people? She asked the question in a soft, subdued voice. The wind outside the window has already subsided significantly. Yerrig Sanctus looks up at the statue of Yerrigander on the altar. Beneath a slab of stone engraved with messy markings, several brightly colored figurines sit side by side. They were exhibition goods produced around the time of Lake Silvernare's ceremony. By the look of things, someone brought them to this village temple as an offering to the reclusive Yerrigander. The clerics of the Vinebeak Court often describe faith as walking into the darkness without a lamp, or leaping fearlessly into a silent ravine. Everyone always seems to yearn for her. Ascetics, devout believers, faithful followers of the commandments. Countless people endured innumerable hardships just to reach her side. But for me, she tries hard to recall, but the memories in her mind are now but struggling fragments, jumping around like frames from a movie, shrouded in a dark haze. A strong emotion surges once more within Enya's heart. Trouble! Joanna suddenly rushes in with a gasp, firewood in her arms, her cheeks flushed from running. I just saw, coming down the mountain, lots of Victorian cars headed for the mine. Victorians? That mine is a joint operation with Casimiras. What are they trying to do there? Have they already picked up on our trail? Don't panic just yet. Regardless of what business they have with the mine, we have to hurry. Let's pack up our things and set out immediately. We need to be even more careful and discreet on the road ahead. Just a second. Please. I need to pack up my instrument first, and it... Wait. How could this... What are you dawdling around for? Hurry and pack it up. Here, I'll help you. What is this? This moderate catastrophe risk written here. Does it mean what I think it means? Catastrophe. Could there be another catastrophe brewing? Ho ho! That's a good cutoff point for tonight. Ooh, that's not even the that's not even like the actual like end of the thing. That's the worst part. Very, very nice. Yeah, I think I realized what it is specifically too. I agree with what Asmo said way up there about 3 scenes in 3 different places following 3 different plot threads. That was an extremely long node. That's probably gonna be the longest node we read, is my guess. And that was basically that. And I think that's kind of my issue with the pacing in the game sometimes is... If I think... And I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I feel like it's a fairly lukewarm take, or it should be a fairly lukewarm take, but... These are like chapters in a book. And occasionally, like, in a book... Like, there are a lot of different books. There's no, like, one correct way to do a book, right? But you want every chapter to be... like, its own... Not its own story, but you want it to be... You can, like, the chapter has, like, its own little arc in it, right? It's building up, maybe building off something from an earlier chapter, and has some progress through it and has an ending in it. Probably, usually a cliffhanger to the next chapter. And the thing is, I think when Arknights is bad, it doesn't do that properly. I think this was a good example of it doing it poorly, where Castor was talking with the Trilby Asher, which had no at all connection to the Victorian reporter talking to the Elder, which had no connection to Enya, Joanna, and Elena. with the only... You could argue, like, oh, sure, but the Victorian cars are going to the mine because of the thing that happened with Castor. Or that the Elder was talking to a Victorian reporter. Like, those are very surface-level things that connect them all together, but there's no thematic cohesion in those scenes in this chapter. Where a good example of that happening might be... Ooh, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but... A better example of if you're going in different spots, but they have a thematic cohesion, is maybe you have a scene with Inya and a scene in a different spot with Inciodes. You have two different scenes with those are your two main characters. And it's about them both discovering something related to each other in that, you know, it's not just about faith, it's about the reality of the world, and for him it's not about the reality of the world, it's about faith. And those two scenes would be disconnected, but they'd have a thematic cohesion in them that would be more befitting of sharing a node together, right? Completely made up example. If I can find a better example, I would let you guys know, but it's like it's a little like juggling. And I don't want to juggle. I want to instead be on the lazy river. I don't know. Bad example, maybe?
Ohayo, Doctor.
Still, I like where it's going. I like the... I think it's a little bloated, but I like the idea. I like the concept. I like the... It's good.
Ohayo, Doctor.
Bloated as it might be, it's kind of good. I am actually legitimately glad we are getting more Elena in here too, because it is... I kind of agree with you, Kiwi. They're unexpectedly adorable because it's a... you have Joanna, who is a... Thank you, Asmo. You have Joanna, who is a very religious person, very standard classical religious person, and you have Elena, who is science will dictate everything. And I think that's a fun dynamic to have those two together. And then you have Inya in there, which she's also on the religious side, but she's like allowing herself to see where the science goes. She's not the greatest middle ground between them, but she is our main character here, so that's fine. And I think it's handling it in a very good and fairly well done way, where they both have their stringent beliefs in, I believe in Yaragander, or I believe in the data, but they're able to work with each other fairly reasonably. Because I personally, I don't think like the two should really be butting heads that much. It's like a bonus. Shortest book chapter ever published from The Book Thief. I am haunted by humans. They should do more chapters like that. That'd be sick. Thank you, Dolly. Joanna could be a Midwestern farm girl. A little bit, yeah. I met some Joannas in my life. Let's count Misery chapter 8. Rinse. Is that really it? I never read Misery, but I watched the movie. What's the context? Do you know? Also, Cruz. Midnight.
I'm Lava, a caster. Here to join you.
Adnakiel. What? It's not even one of the normal options. I forgot that Vermal was Syracuse, by the way. I didn't know that. And then this is Cutter.
Cutter. Just an ordinary mercenary.
I mean, that's an easy one, but nothing there. Cool. Nothing there. Cool. And nothing there. And ooh, I don't think these give me anything more than the traditional 4-star stuff of Click and one of the shifters. I think. Let me double check this actually. Ranged, crowd control, support. Because the support is kind of like a maybe? And then shift. No, there's nothing. If I do crowd control and do 1 star, I can get confess? I didn't know that. Oh, hold on. I need confessed dupes. There we go. Wait, no! No, I could get click from this. It's a 50-50 between click and confess, actually. Because it's 1 and 4 star. You know what? We're cheating. So, what do you think? It's going to be robot or mouse? It's a 50-50. It's either the robot or the mouse. Drum roll. Ooh, good idea. Prediction time. Prediction. Dang it, I can't. The mouse, click, not the Mickey Mouse. In case that's where your head's going at. Clear dashboard. All right. What better way to end off the stream than to gamble? No, not rewards request queue. Oh, is that why? I was clicking the wrong. Oh, yeah, I should be able to do that from my OBS. There we go. Start prediction. What's in the bag? Robot. Mouse. 30 seconds go. Those are your only 2 options. Oh, wait, shit. I was gonna be really cheeky. Hopefully no one saw that. No one saw that. No one saw that. I was gonna be really cheeky and be like, ooh, what is it gonna be? What's it gonna be? And then I was like, oh, wait, hold on. No, you didn't die. Did you see it before or after you bet all that money? I don't know if you bet all that. Someone bet a lot of money and, whoops. It's the mouse.
Huh?
I forgot that the robot would be a white bag and click would be a blue bag, and I was like, I was gonna be like, ooh, and the blue popped up on stream. Whoopsie. Whoever donated all that money to the robot, I feel really bad. Unless that was you tanking it. Yeah, hold on, what are the demographics here? Total voters, summary. Can I see who voted in what? Oh, no! Wisteria? It was the mouse. Wisteria just donating points out. Congratulations, Dolly. Sick. And in return, we get nothing. Ooh, got that though. Oh, I need to go do this. So yeah, we'll do this while I end the stream. Actually, technically, I need to do the reruns of this, but I don't feel like doing that right now. So I'm just gonna boot this up and have this play while I sign us out. All right, so screw. Oh, look at my Crown Slayer skin, by the way. It's awesome. But so true. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I like the event. I like where it's going. I like the characters in it. I just kind of wish, again, you just cut the fat. Cut the fat, pace it better, and I think this would be, like, from, like, a solid to, like, a really, really good. And there's a few different ways you can do that, or at least, like, rearrange some stuff. I see they can do it. I see they have the potential to do it in the main story, and I just kind of hope it like starts percolating down to the rest of the events. Because I imagine at some part there's like the events were already set in motion and they can't really change that much about them. Interested to see where this goes. Oh, by the way, thank you, Dolly. What's this for words? Dolly, why would you spend? You just got money back, and you're getting spare parts for maybe 2 minutes. Dolly, we need to talk to you about managing your money at some point. But I do love you, spare parts. Thank you, Dolly. But yeah, that's it for us tonight. Rest of the week, we're doing episode 4 of The Wolf Among Us on Thursday. I don't know what's happening with that, because we're kind of at a weird part in the story, but Bloody Mary's there, so that's awesome. Then we will be back on Sunday with our grand finale of Silent Hill F. And then we have Monday and Tuesday stuff. Next Tuesday we'll be back with Arknights, of course. Continuing on this little Yerrig adventure we're doing. Should be fun. No! Spare parts! Say this, please. Oh, hold on. So I haven't used this in like so long. Does this still work? Oh, it does. Sick. I don't think this works on the like the full screen game, but it works on the overlay one. So I get financial responsibility. I haven't done that in like so long. I haven't had like a good reason to like pull out the good old zoom there, but you as a known financially irresponsible person, in fairness. You and Kiwi constantly burn their money. As evidenced just there, by the way. But yeah, that's what we got. Hope you guys enjoy it. To end off the night, we're gonna send you guys over to my service crew. Always that's not. How do I like put someone on a like you've had enough spare parts? Like you can't gain any more spare parts for a little bit. Like we gotta cut you off. How do I cut off these two yahoos? Responsibility financial TM. Is that a thing? Oh, good lord. All right. Wait, I had Twitch pulled up and I was gonna send you guys somewhere, and then I was like, I'm only looking at myself. What am I doing? And I closed Twitch. Whoops. I forgot what I was here for. All right, Raiders. To end, I'm gonna send you guys over to Asa. Asa was going before I started, so I don't know if Asa's gonna be streaming for that much longer, and I wouldn't be surprised if I like go in and Asa's like finding someone to raid. No, they're in the middle of it right now, so we can go. We're going to Asa. Perfect. So this group, go check them out. Obviously, Asa's a cool guy. If you do like Bronghold, Rotocall, Rotovrall, or whatever that is, then you can go play with them, because I'm pretty sure they're doing like viewer stuff. Yeah. What's the blame? What went in? The service crew. It is your service crew. It is your fiscal duty to be responsible. Only you can prevent spare parts shortages. Or the wait, I don't know. That's not on the script. I don't know what I'm saying. Line. Yeah, go check it also. And with that, searcher, I know nothing else. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope. I got the brain damage, and I hope to catch you next time. Peace out, everyone. I just realized I didn't have my bot up the entire stream. Whoops. Sorry. Luckily, it didn't affect anything at the very, very end there. Either way, see you guys there in 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.